We live. At least I hope we're live. Otherwise, that's going to be pretty embarrassing. But if we're not live, the only person that's embarrassed is me, and the only person that knows is actually just me. That's what you call a win-win situation, so we'll take those. I'm going to start off by taking a look at the new Vicious Syndicate report here. We've got report 255 out today, February 9th. And I'm going to say, before I take a look at this, I haven't looked at it yet, but I'm going to say that the conclusion from this is going to be that Mayan Warlock is really strong. Boon Priest is strong, but nobody's playing it because it's the most boring deck in the world and has been for, I don't know, 4, maybe 6 months. And then I'm also going to guess that it's going to say that Rainbow Death Knight is actually a terrible deck and that you should not be playing it because it's actually just an Reno deck, which to me really speaks more to the quality of player that you see on EU. A lot of the EU players were able to do pretty well, I think, in the Heroic Brawliseum with Rainbow DK. And I'll say that EU is the most populous server. They have more players than any other server, and so it's pretty natural that they would have more skilled players than any other server. So the top skill players on EU, definitely very, very good. But that also means that the average player on EU is going to be less skilled than the average player on NA or Asia Pacific. So just what I think. Don't know how true that is, but it makes sense to me. Rainbow DK, just not a good deck. So we're gonna go ahead and get into the review here. Lots of games, it looks like, over 1 million. That's a big number for this report review. Looks like we're seeing a lot of Death Knights out there still, and a lot of Mage. People really like the Mage decks, and Rogue. Interesting that Evolve Shaman is down here. I think people kind of got tired of the Evolve archetype, potentially. Couldn't necessarily blame them for that, but that's the way it goes sometimes. Class frequency, the main story of the week is the rise of Unholy Aggro Death Knight at all levels of play, making it one of the most popular decks in the format. Alongside the fairly popular Frostburn and Control archetype, it elevates Death Knight to be the most prevalent class at every rank bracket. The new class is finally at the forefront of its expansion, with every rune playing a part. Furthermore, some experiments of Rainbow Death Knight have appeared, a deck running a single rune of every type. Its playstyle is very similar to Unholy, so they haven't made any remarks about it yet, but I'm telling you, Rainbow DK is a bad deck. Rogue has declined. Thief Rogue remains popular, but Miracle Rogue has become a more fringe deck, drastically declining at top legend. Its peculiar situation, since Miracle Rogue has been outperforming Thief Rogue drastically at higher levels of play, and shown more adaptability to the balance changes. Still, Thief Rogue's play rate hasn't made much competitive sense for a while. Players just love it. Everybody loves the casino decks. Hey, HK. Recollection, pretty sure ran into 5 Unholy Death Knights in a row at Diamond 10. Yeah, the aggro decks are always really good on the climb to, Diamond and Legend. So you tend to see a lot of aggro decks. I like aggro decks when I'm trying to climb, just because the quick games, you get more games for the amount of playtime that you have. And, if you have a positive win rate, just meaning more than 50%, it's a good way to gain ranks. So likely seeing a lot of Unholy DK out there as you're trying to climb. Tried Rainbow DK, won 1 dang game. I just want the Acolyte of Death achievement. I can understand that. Yeah, Rainbow DK, it's just not good. There's no... I don't know, it's an arena deck. You go wide. If your opponent can't answer a wide board, then you win. But you don't have, like, the, Grave Strength, the Bloodlust effect. You don't have a way to be able to close out the game. You just have a wide board. And if you can't get the wide board, there's just no way to win. And even with Unholy DK, if they answer your board, you still have Lord Marrowgar to fall back on to create just another huge board, and a lot of decks just can't handle that overwhelming presence. Let's see, Mage is focused on 3 archetypes, Frost, Big Spell, and Wildfire. Casino Mage has declined following its failure to make its mark on the format, looking like a deep Tier 4 deck. Unfortunate Casino Mage. I haven't even tried Casino Mage. I don't plan on trying it either. It just doesn't interest me. I don't think it's as good as it once was, back with like the original Casino Mage. Meta trends last week indicated a more favorable field for Phylactery Warlock at top legend was coming. The deck has risen in play rate. Outside of legend, the 2 Imp Warlock types are more popular. I tried Phylactery Warlock, and if you happen to follow me on Twitter, you probably saw I tweeted that a couple of days ago I played like 30, I think it was 31 games of Hearthstone, and I had a 35% win rate. And it was absolutely awful, and it was on the back of Phylactery Warlock. And I know that I was misplaying some. There were a couple of games that I definitely threw, but it was surprising to me how many games you just didn't draw Phylactery and can't win. It was surprising to me how many games that both Naval Mines would be like bottom 10, and you either don't see them or see them too late. Same thing with rods. You don't always have to have the rod to be able to win matchups with the Phylactery Warlock. But in the matchups that you do need it, if both rods, again, are bottom 10, bottom 5, you just can't win. So I don't know that that was, maybe it was just a patch of variance and I drew poorly. Again, I know I definitely threw some games, but I really wasn't impressed with Phylactery Warlock. But I know there's some people out there that are absolutely killing it with that deck. So I would kind of lean towards assuming that it's potentially, me more so than the deck. But I didn't enjoy this at all. Plus, the games felt like they took longer, but I was still trying to learn the deck, so maybe thinking just a little bit too long for the long games. But for me, it's just really disappointing to lose like a 15, 20, especially 25-minute game of Hearthstone. I mean, that's just absolutely the worst. So, not for me, I guess, even though it is a really strong deck, apparently. Pure Paladin declined throughout the ladder, especially at Top Legend, where its play rate has been cut by over 50%. Unholy DK rise is likely a factor. This matchup's proven to be extremely difficult. It's 35-65 in favor of Unholy DK. Dragon and Control Paladin don't see much play. I've seen a couple of people playing Dragon Paladin, a couple of the bigger Twitch streamers and known players. I think Bunny Hopper, last year's world champion, has been playing Dragon Paladin. And also Baby Bear, another really good competitive player, has been playing Dragon Paladin as well. If you're interested in that, I think you can check them out on Twitch, Bunny Hopper and Baby Bear. All sorts of priest decks are found, but none of them have much traction. The usual priest mess. Yeah, priest is, I don't know, priest is just never fun, is it? It's just not a fun class. It doesn't do fun things, at least in my opinion. I know some people really love it, but just not for me. Evolved Shaman slightly declined, not much else going on in the class. Some players experimenting with Murloc and Control hybrids. Others like their Big Shaman. Neither option has taken off. Evolved Shaman is actually really good, I think. A little bit of RNG on that, but it seems to be performing really well, at least for me. I've got like a 70% win rate with that deck over, gosh, like 50 or 60 games. Ramp Druid becoming less visible the more you climb the ladder. Players are trying to figure out how to survive against Unholy Death Knights. Aggro Druid also struggles against the Unholy Swarm. Yeah, so it's interesting. Unholy Death Knight kind of seems to be warping the meta. If you can't deal with the aggression that's coming out of this deck, then you're going to have a really bad time. And when I was talking about Evolved Shaman, I feel like the games I'm most likely to lose is against Unholy Death Knight. If you're AFK in the early game and just don't have anything to do, or if you don't have like quality plays, you just get overrun, and then you're so far behind that you can't come back. So Unholy Death Knight has to be one of the strongest decks in the format. The thing is, like, if you're really good at playing Phylactery Warlock or Boon Priest, then Unholy Death Knight just doesn't do anything. It loses hard to those decks. Maybe also Miracle Rogue might be grouped in with that. But decks like Boon Priest, Miracle Rogue, and Phylactery Warlock are just so skill intense that they're only going to really be good at Top Legend. Kind of like what they were talking about up here. So if you're lower on the ladder, like even in Legend, but just not top 50 or top 100, people just aren't as good at those decks. And then, of course, as you move throughout the ladder, that skill level does tend to decline. And so those decks just aren't strong enough so people can really farm with Unholy Death Knight. Fell Demon Hunter sees a little bit of play as the most common Demon Hunter deck, with aggro declining and falling off. I played a little bit of Fell Demon Hunter. It's not bad. I was playing a Scythe list, and I think the question really comes down to how many of those, or which of the minions do you want to be running. And I feel like the better list is probably going to be the list that has Lady Satheno in it. So there's a list that has, I think, what's the name of the card? Artificer Zymox. And then it's also, of course, going to be running Jace, as well as the +2 spell damage, Silver Moon Arcanist. So I feel like the better version is going to be cutting Zymox for Lady Satheno, just because Zymox being 8 mana is really expensive. And even if you're playing the Fell package, you're not going to be able to discount the cost of your minions. because you can only discount the Bound Soul, I think it's called, to discover the minion, and you just can't afford to pay 8 mana for a minion when aggro decks like Unholy Death Knight and Pure Paladin are just, you know, kind of running rampant throughout the ladder. It's just way too slow. And then Lady Satheno gives you a way to potentially clear the board. You know, you're playing, this entire deck is nothing but spells and Fell Demon Hunter, so it feels like it's just going to be the stronger one, but we'll take a look and see what list Vicious Syndicate is recommending. A little bit more in Rage Warrior compared to last week. I actually saw Wu Ling tweeted out the list that they've been playing. It was on Twitter today. I think their Twitter handle is WuLingHS, if you're interested in checking that out. But they've been playing in Rage Warrior, I think, for quite a while now, and have a new list that they post on Twitter every so often. So if you're interested in Rage Warrior, I think this deck is actually doing pretty well from the standpoint of win rate. So if you're interested, definitely check that out. And VS may actually have exactly that same list. Control Warrior players are in depression. Interest in Hunter is falling with Shock Spitter being abandoned. That's funny, man. Warrior players have been in depression, I think, for quite a while. So pretty much what happened here is I think they over-nerfed Warrior in Sunken City, and the class has just never recovered. And it's interesting from a game design standpoint. You know, they're working on cards and expansions that are 2 years out, is what we've heard from Blizzard in the past. So if they come in and they say, okay, we have to make changes to Warrior now, and they make those nerfs, do they have time? And do they go back and address all of the cards that are coming out within the next 2 years? Because at least some of those cards have to be locked in, because they're going to be coming out soon, you know, with the next expansion or the next mini set. But if you over nerf a class like Warrior, at least in this case, it's been, what, like 6 months or maybe longer? The Warrior's just been an absolutely dead class. New archetype didn't make a difference, just because so many cards have been nerfed. So it's pretty interesting, again, from a design standpoint of how they handle that and what they do. And I was a little bit disappointed. You know, I saw, I think it was Aleko Gareko on Twitter. He's kind of like the, I don't want to say the head balance guy, but he's on the balance team. And I think he's kind of like the spokesperson. He's the only, you know, person from the Blizzard staff that I see tweet on Twitter. And he was saying that they had some spicy changes with this last round of, you know, buffs that came out. And certainly, you know, Warrior got 7 buffs and it did absolutely nothing. So if you're familiar with me and my channel, you know, I had a video that was talking about why the buffs may just fall flat. And the problem is they never changed the text boxes, at least in my opinion, because, you know, you make a card cheaper, yeah, that's good. You give it an extra health, an extra attack. Yes, that's technically a buff, but it doesn't do anything because the card just isn't strong enough. I felt like they had an opportunity with the, what is it, the Disruptive Spellbreaker. I think they could have given it much more health, made it like a 2/7 or a 2/8. But then you kind of run into the thing where people are mad because their cards are being discarded and they can't address the minion on the board that's doing it. So, but again, just unfortunate that Warrior was just nerfed way too hard about 6 months ago. And so feeling sorry for the Warrior mains, have been for a while. Mini set coming. They're likely going to be making an announcement soon. I think it's been teased on Twitter. But again, you know, a mini set really just reinforces existing archetypes. You don't see new archetypes introduced in a mini set, at least as best as I can remember. So probably not necessarily looking for a lot of help for any one class coming out of this mini set, unless there's like an archetype that's just close and it needs one card, which maybe in Rage Warrior is close, and one more card puts it over the top. But outside of that, I'm not sure how much it's going to change here. Any answer to Undead DK? I'm not sure that there's actually a true answer, Josh. You just have to be able to clear the board as much as possible. As far as a consistent answer, Vicious Syndicate may be talking about that as we get a little bit farther into the report. I have a lot of luck with Evolved Shaman, but it's kind of draw dependent, because if you're on the coin and you can coin out the Command of Neptulon, the card that summons 2 5/4s with Rush, that goes a long way to clearing the board. And then, you know, potentially your Gnolls are coming out and you can trade with a Gnoll and then evolve the Gnoll. And sometimes even Wild Paw Cavern, just getting the 3/4s turn after turn can be enough to be able to fight for the board. So generally speaking, without knowing what deck you might be trying to play, I would say against Unholy DK, you would err on the side of over trading. Just keep their board clear so that you don't just flat out die to the Graveyard Strength, I think the card is called, the Bloodlust effect. And then outside of that, there's a lot of matchups where it feels like again, depending on the deck that you play, if they have Lord Marrowgar on 8 and they have like 15 corpses, you just get overwhelmed. So just keep the board clear. And we'll get down into what Vicious Syndicate is talking more about here. And then once I'm done with the report, I'm actually going to be queuing up. I'm playing casino decks today, what I call casino decks. For me personally, I'm not really enjoying the Hearthstone meta right now. I like the last one. I know a lot of people didn't. So I try not to complain too much. You know, I know people like different things, but to me, we traded, you know, high skill Miracle Rogue and Quest Demon Hunter. And now we have, you know, Curvestone, Death Knight, and then we have these casino decks. So casino deck to me, Evolve Shaman, Big Spell Mage, as well as Jackpot Rogue. I'm going to let Hearthstone decide whether or not I win games, but as I get into playing, I'm sure we'll be fighting against some of these Unholy DKs, and, you know, I'll talk my way through about how I'm approaching those matchups. Seems like it went from queuing 6 Rogues in a row to 6 Unholy DK in a row. I haven't had that. I think DK is probably a third of the decks I play against, but it's always, it can be good and bad. You know, if you're seeing the same deck over and over, if you know how to counter it, then you just change deck and you destroy the ladder and gain a bunch of ranks. But I know for some people, the deck that your opponent is playing has a big impact on how much fun you're having. So hopefully there's something that's going to be coming out that's going to be, you know, able to really challenge that Unholy DK. I use Reno Blood. I'm usually having a good win-loss ratio against Unholy. Just have to draw good, and if I don't get wrecked, that's true. And I tried some Blood Death Knight HK. I just found that it almost has like a lack of a win condition. Alexandros is just way too slow. You do have Astalor, but you just don't have a way to close out the game, and that's not the kind of deck that I like. So I felt like the games I was winning, I just had an answer to everything my opponent was doing, and then they just kind of ran out of stuff, got frustrated, and quit. And for me, that's not necessarily a fun way to be able to win the game. It all comes to clear their board, prevent them from using Grave Strength. Yep. And game over if it happens. Exactly. At least Rogue seemed like it required skill to play. It did. I think you could get lucky with Rogue, but if you were going to play it the best that it could be played, it definitely required skill. And you compare that to like Jackpot Rogue, you know, sometimes their Jackpot just absolutely destroys you and there's nothing you can do about it. And it's not even necessarily that your opponent made a skilled play. You know, they just played Jackpot and got lucky. So again, just for me personally, I know a lot of people like Jackpot Rogue. It's fun to play. The variance makes it fun, so on and so forth. But I was a little bit sad that we traded what was generally considered a high skill meta to a casino meta. At least is what I'm calling it. Getting into the power rankings, you can see right here, Unholy Aggro Death Knight at top legend is the only tier 1 deck. It opens up a little bit more if you're outside the top 1K. You see there's several decks here at tier 1. Evolve Shaman. Again, that's been performing well for me. Curse Imp Warlock. Warlock, another, you know, kind of sad class. It feels like they've been playing exactly the same deck for months. Just because the expansion came out and they didn't get any good cards. So it's like Warlock didn't even get an expansion. So Warlock and Warrior, feeling sad for them. Feeling sad for the Priest mains too, just because their class is so boring. A Big Spell Mage seeing some success in Pure Paladin. And if you're on the Climb the Legend, Diamond 1 to Diamond 4, again, you can see Unholy Death Knight is still just the strongest deck. So, you know, maybe you fight fire with fire. You just have to bow to the pressure and play Unholy yourself. And I never know what to make of this map. I have no idea what any of this means. You know, even they explain it a little bit, and yeah, I don't have a clue what this is. Oh, I don't want to do that. Power ranking discussion. Unholy Aggro Death Knight Meteoric Rise has been quite dramatic. Once its refinement has been completed over the last week, win rate has shot up dramatically at all levels of play, making it the best deck or one of the best decks at every rank bracket. So no matter where you're at on the ladder, Unholy DK looks like the strongest deck. The problem that I have with that, though, is the mirror match is not fun. And I feel like when you have these board-based decks, you know, Unholy Death Knight, or if you go back in time, you know, a month or two ago, maybe longer than that now, but Big Beast Hunter. When Big Beast Hunter mirrors were like the most common matchup on the ladder, a lot of these games are decided by who has the coin. You're so much better going first because you have initiative than you are going second. And you see sometimes as much as like a 10% difference in win rate between going first and going second in some of these mirror matches. So I really don't like playing mirrors with decks, you know, like Unholy Death Knight here. It's super boring to play, Josh. I'm with you, man. And I'm kind of having that issue with every deck in Hearthstone right now. There's no deck that I really like that I feel like I can just sit down and jam game after game. So, you know, I played a little bit of Hearthstone yesterday in the evening time for me. I worked, I get home from work. Hey, I'm going to unwind, play some Hearthstone. And I was playing Evolved Shaman, and my win rate was fantastic. I think I went like 8-2 or 9-2 yesterday playing that deck. But I would play 2 games and I would be bored and I would get up and like pace around the house. I'd get something to drink, something to eat. I'm just walking around eating, and then I would sit down and play 2. Like it was just, it was just so boring that I couldn't just queue up again and again and again. So I'm running into that same thing. You know, some of these decks, they're just boring. And again, mini set right around the corner. But who knows how much it's going to shake up the meta, and is it going to bring back, you know, decks that I personally enjoy? I don't know. So big focus for me is just not cry about it, because I saw people last meta, they were complaining, you know, Quest DH, Miracle Rogue, crying, man, Twitter, Reddit, all over the place, just crying buckets. And I got tired of seeing it. Like, I understand you don't like the meta, that's fine, but do you really have to like shout it from the rooftops minute after minute on every social media where people are talking about Hearthstone? Like, it's just, I don't know. So anyway, I'm trying to make sure that I don't become that which I found frustrating very recently. Hey Mauricio, switch to wild format, at least they have fun decks. So I'm in kind of a weird spot. I don't know how many wild decks I could actually field. I have every card in standard, and I try to maintain a standard collection because that's the mode that I like to play. But in order to get that, I took a very long, like several years break from Hearthstone a couple of years ago. And when I came back, I wanted to, you know, catch up and have the entire standard collection. So I want to play what I want. You know, that's one of the things that I find fun about Hearthstone. Play what I want, when I want, experiment with decks, so on and so forth. But to do that, I had to dust all of my old cards, including like all of the, I started playing actually in the beta, maybe a month before the game went live. So I had all of the old, what were they called? The Adventures, you know, Black Rock Mountain. I had all those cards. I dusted them all to get a standard collection. And so now there's a lot of wild cards I don't have. So I don't really explore the wild format at all. Plus, I see a lot of complaints about wild too. You know, people maybe just not enjoying wild because it gets a little bit stale as well. Frostburn is also quite good, looking to establish itself as Unholy's biggest counter. So they're saying here, Josh, I think you mentioned earlier, or somebody was asking about how to counter Unholy and Frost. And so, you know, thinking about it off the top, that's pretty true. If you can survive till turn 7 and then you get the Frostworm's Fury, you can freeze their board, and then they're just not killing you because they don't have damage from hand unless they have minions on the board that can attack by being able to buff them. In general, very strong against board-centric decks thanks to its stalling capabilities. Again, they're just talking about the freezes here. The problem that I run into with Frost Death Knight is the draws. Sometimes the deck just feels inconsistent in the way that it draws, and especially if you're missing those Frostworm Furies, if you don't have it exactly on turn 7, or you know, a cheapened version, maybe you discover one from the Ruby and Vizier, you're just in trouble against those board-based decks. Even Unholy is very powerful in Wild. Yeah, I don't know anything about Wild, but I follow people on Twitter and I see them tweeting about it, and I think I have seen even Unholy and maybe like even Shaman. Just kind of like some of those Gen and Baku decks are just insanely strong. Those cards were out of this world in terms of power level. Blood has a decent matchup with Unholy, so you've got Blood Death Knight. It's got stronger over last week, thanks to a more favorable field. Not one of the best decks out there, since its matchup spread is still flawed, but it looks competitive enough to see some success. Better than Thief Rogue at every rank bracket, to give you some perspective. The matchup spread, again, is the issue here. You know, you might be able to beat the majority of the Unholy DKs that you see, but when you're up against something that's not Unholy DK, Blood Control is just going to lose. I mean, this deck is laughably bad against something like a Mine Warlock, and in a lot of cases, even just Miracle Rogue. If you don't have exactly the answer you need in your hands, when the Miracle Rogue pops off, it's like you just lose on the spot, which can be as early as, what, turn 4, turn 5? So, you know, Blood Control, it is going to counter the Unholies, but not necessarily good against other stuff. Rainbow Death Knight. Hype does not have much merit. This is exactly what I was expecting to see. It's not a terrible deck at tier 3, but it looks worse, like a worse version of Unholy Death Knight. We struggle to see why you would ever play it over the better version. So listen, the reason why you play it is because you follow certain people on Twitter or maybe on Reddit, and they tell you that Rainbow DK is insane. Or maybe maybe you're subscribed to somebody on YouTube and they make a video about Rainbow DK, and then they take a screenshot of that #1 legend, the #1 legend, and they put it on their thumbnail, and you're like, oh, Rainbow DK, let me get some of that. And then you go out and you play 10 games and you lose 8 of them. And and then you're mad at the influencers because they baited you so hard. Frost DK still tier 1. I don't think it's tier 1. You know, looking back up here, Frost is tier 2. High Legend, tier 2. And the bottom of tier 1, Diamond 1 to Diamond 4. So still a good deck. Not necessarily tier 1, but Frost Burn is actually still pretty good, apparently. No good Hunter deck from Diamond 5 to Legend. Still working our way down to Hunter decks. I thought Big Beast Hunter would be good, but I tried Big Beast Hunter, and it's actually too slow against Unholy Death Knight. You fall behind on board, and then you just die, which I found surprising because, you know, if you go turn 4, what is it, a Shar and Saber, the 4/3 Rusher, and you take a trade, and then on turn 5, if you have the Pet Collector that is going to pull potentially the Sunken Saber or the Rat King, it's pretty strong because that's where Big Beast Hunter kind of picks up its steam, is around turn 4, turn 5, and turn 6, with really the power plays in the deck. And it's too slow. Unholy is just a little bit too strong, but maybe Vicious Syndicate has a different take. Of course, they have a lot of data here that, of course, I personally don't have access to. All I have is my own personal play experience, but my experience was that Big Beast Hunter was too slow against Unholy. And by the sound of it, if your deck can't at least go 50-50 with, you know, this Unholy aggro Death Knight, you're probably going to be having a bad time on the ladder, at least in terms of win rate. I know some people don't care necessarily about winning and trying to gain rank. Sometimes it's just about having fun. But again, for me personally, I like to win. I like to gain ranks. And, you know, even if I'm playing a deck just to have fun, there's only so much losing I can take before it starts to become maybe even just a little bit miserable. Thief Rogue looks remarkably tame, but the player base may not give up on it until it rotates out of Standard. I think people just find this deck fun. Nothing wrong with that, even though it's not a super powerful deck. Miracle Rogue's decline in play at top Legend doesn't match its performance. It's one of the stronger decks in the field, despite not being as good as it used to be. So Miracle Rogue, again, still very strong, but it's kind of one of those high skill decks. So unless you're very comfortable playing Miracle Rogue, or unless you're comfortable losing a lot until you get good at it, Miracle Rogue may not be the best particular choice that you could make. But I do think Miracle Rogue probably has the power to be able to fight against Unholy Death Knight, at least with certain draws. If you're able to have a big pop-off turn, say turn 4, maybe with the Stenographers, and maybe if you're able to get you know, the board cleared enough and then get a big minion, you might be able to get there from there. But sometimes you just get overwhelmed by the Unholy. And also keeping in mind with Unholy Death Knight, you know, you kill their minions, you remove them, but then at the same time, you know, that's correct. You don't want their minions on the board, but then you're also giving them corpses. And once they get up to 5 corpses, now they've got the graveyard strength that they're going to be able to give their minions so much more attack and be able to kill you. And it stacks up fast, like +3 on every minion on the board. It adds up so fast. Like you look and you're like, okay, they have 8 damage and they have 4 minions. Well, if they hit the Bloodlust, that's 20 damage. Like, that's huge. And you can get to that pretty early in the game. Having more success with Shock Spitter than Beast? I actually have not played Shock Spitter since the nerf. I played against it, and it looked awful because it was too slow. Again, if you're thinking about these Unholy Death Knights, they're just winning the game so quickly, I don't know that you have time to be able to get there with the Shock Spitter. Thief Priest is fun, it just doesn't win games. Yeah, and that's, you know, kind of the issue sometimes is, you know, you got to be able to win games. And unfortunately, you're just not able to do that with some of these other decks. Frost Mage suffered a dramatic decline in its performance, especially at higher levels of play. Rip Meat Man, if you're not familiar with Meaty, Twitch streamer, competitive player, and he had a huge, like, 18-hour stream at the end of January, where he actually finished number 5 in the last moments of the ladder. It was pretty crazy. It was fun to watch, too. But he's been playing exclusively Frost Mage, at least then, and I believe he started the month with Frost Mage as well, and you can see if you keep up with his stream and his rank, it has not been performing as well, at least at the very highest levels of the Legend ladder. Frost Mage touted as a rogue killer, so the drastic decline of rogue, especially the unexpected fall in Miracle Rogue's popularity at top Legend, has been a big factor. Furthermore, Frost Mage doesn't have a great matchup against Unholy Death Knight, which makes sense. You have to be able to remove those minions, and you know, although you can go wide, I think, with Frost Mage, sometimes you're going wide with like the Frostweave Dungeoneer into the 1/1s, and it's good for infusing the Frozen Touch, but it's not going to be good for making trades on the board. And once you have to start using your Frozen Touch to remove minions from your opponent, it feels like you're just really, really far behind as the Frost Mage. So that definitely makes sense, just based on what I've experienced. A deck that's also responsible for a decline in Pure Paladin. A strong matchup for the Mage. The field has become more hostile towards Frost Mage. So you can see here, you know, Frost Mage was really good even just a couple of weeks ago, but now the meta's changed. The decks that people are playing are different, and the deck is just not as good as it used to be. And so that's one of the things, like with Vicious Syndicate, you know, to me at least, again, if you're playing to try to gain ranks and to get better, it's important to keep track of things like the Vicious Syndicate data report so that you can, you know, maybe get this information a little bit more quickly than you would otherwise. You got to stay on top of what other people are playing, and then you have to try to respond to it as best as you can based on, you know, what decks you have access to, and, you know, just kind of how the meta is shaping up. They nerfed Boon Priest too hard. So there's, Boon Priest was nerfed, but there's a guy, Norwis, who has been #1 on all 3 servers, meaning Americas, EU, and Asia Pacific. He's hit #1 on all 3 servers at the same time, I think like 3 months in a row. And Boon Priest is the only deck that they play. I think he also streams on Twitch, Norwis, if you want to check that out, in order to play some Boon Priest. But Boon Priest is just big oof, man, in terms of fun rate. It's just not fun. How's Control Warrior into Undead DK? Control Warrior, it ends up being very draw dependent because likely you're going to have to hit Shield Shatter. So you're going to have to hit exactly your combo of, what is it, Frozen Shield, the one that's gain 10 armor, and Shield Shatter to be able to clear the board. You're going to have to hit that to clear the board early in the game. And Brawl actually doesn't necessarily seem that great because you're still leaving at least 1 minion on the board. So Control Warrior could be good, but it's going to be super draw dependent against Undead Death Knight. And if you miss on having that Shield Shatter and a way to be able to get the armor so that you can play it around kind of that turn 3, turn 4, then you just lose on the spot. Because you think about like the power play, like what's the most amazing draw that an Unholy Death Knight can have? Well, let's just say that they drop down the Hawkstrider Rancher on turn 3. You can't answer it. And then on turn 4, they play the, what is it, the Swarmer? Something Swarmer, Nerubian Swarmer maybe, that summons 3 1/3s. If they get that down with the Rancher, it's now 3 2/4s plus the Rancher. Plus, when you kill all of those 2/4s, they're going to leave a 1/1. So even if you clear that, you give your opponent, assuming that's all they have on the board, by the way, you would give your opponent 4 corpses, and they still have 3 minions left on the board, the 3 1/1s. So you almost have to be able to clear the board twice once that Hawkstrider Rancher comes down. So I feel like it's going to be a matchup where there's going to be games where you draw really well, and Control Warrior, you feel like you just absolutely blow out Undead Priest or Undead Death Knight. And then there's going to be games where you just feel like you never had a chance because you never had any answers. Hey, Eric. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Let's see. Big Spell Mage remains one of the better choices for the climb to Legend. That's interesting. Casino Mage. Well, it's not true Casino Mage because there is another Casino Mage, but I call this Casino Mage, Big Spell Mage, because I refuse to recognize the other Casino Mage. Just typical uncorrupt foolishness there, but you know how it is. Wildfire Mage's rise in win rate is a result of its refinement, cleaning up some of the worst performing builds that we mentioned last week. It's a tier 2 deck if it's 100% optimized. So Wildfire Mage, Ping Mage, is viable. It's a tier 2 deck, so if you enjoy that, there's good reason to be able to play it right now. Phylactery Warlock indeed got better this week. The drastic fall in Pure Paladin and Miracle Rogue are exactly what the doctor ordered. So, when I read something like this, the first thing I think of, okay, if I see these clowns playing a bunch of Mine Warlock, I need to switch to Pure Paladin and Miracle Rogue so that I can kind of put them in their place. Sometimes you hit these weird pockets. As somebody mentioned it earlier, I played 6 Unholy Death Knights in a row. It's like you hit a pocket of people that are playing exactly the same deck. It's kind of weird how that works. I guess it's just like long-term variance when it comes to matchmaking. But, sometimes maybe you can hit a pocket of Mine Warlocks and you just totally blow them out with these decks. Those are the two most oppressive matchups for the rod-wielding combo deck. On the other hand, the Unholy DK matchup looks fine at 50-50, so they're saying it's 50-50 Mine Warlock and Unholy Death Knight. They definitely have ways to clear the board with Sheep and Shallow Grave. And by the way, with this deck, we'll take a look at what Vicious Syndicate has, but I actually like, if you take what quote-unquote the standard deck, I like cutting 1 Mortal Coil and running 2 copies of Shallow Grave. The extra copy of Shallow Grave is so good for things like Sheep and being able to repeat that Death Rattle to keep the board clear. Also, sometimes just having a second copy to play on the Devourer of Souls is really good. And one other quick note, just something that came to mind. They talk about the rod-wielding combo deck in Phylactery Warlock. You don't always have to equip the rod to be able to win with this deck. If you're against a deck that isn't going to be healing, then you can actually win. Let's just say you can't draw rod, but on turn 7, you have the Tamsin, the minion card, and Phylactery, and you already have the Naval Mine Death Rattle. You can play Tamsin and Phylactery and get the 0 mana copy of Phylactery. And then sometimes you're just able to go wide, you have a Sheep in hand, and potentially you get at least 7 Death Rattles pretty easily with that deck. So you only need 1 copy of Phylactery to win. And by discounting it to 0, then that gives you enough mana to be able to play the other stuff. So you don't always have to have Rod to be able to win with this deck. Sometimes you just don't draw Rod. And then also there's going to be times where maybe you draw Rod too late and you have to look at a way to be able to win a little bit faster. Sometimes that play can get you there. But certainly, a lot of skill involved in Phylactery Warlock. I feel like you'd have to play this deck a lot to be able to play it as well as it could be played. But just one thing that came to my mind there. Unfortunately, no deck to punish Unholy DK. It doesn't seem like it. Based on what we've seen so far, at least from Vicious Syndicate, they're saying it might actually be the best deck in the meta. Unholy Death Knight destroys Imps, so both Imp Warlock variants have suffered big declines in win rate. So if you're looking for an aggro deck, I mean, it's just Unholy Death Knight, assuming you have the cards to be able to play it. Pure Imp Warlock, it's just an inferior aggro deck at this point. So looks like Unholy Death Knight is the place to be if you're into aggro, or if you're into winning for that matter. Pure Paladin's rough matchup with Unholy DK is quite evident, looking at its decline in performance. Still a good deck, but it's getting worse daily. I'm assuming that's as the popularity of the Unholy Death Knight is going up. Control and Dragon Paladin are playable, but nothing beyond it. Again, there's people experimenting with Dragon Paladin right now. Bunny Hopper and Baby Bear for sure. And I think I may have maybe seen some other people. So you might be able to catch some Dragon Paladin gameplay over on Twitch from the various creators there. And keep in mind, too, that when you're reading this report, nothing in Vicious Syndicate reports are set in stone. These are the conclusions that they draw from the data that they have access to, which is a great way to do it, but they don't have all data. It's not like Blizzard gives them all the data that there is. And then also the data that they use in this report cuts off, I think it takes them, I want to say they've said maybe 2 or 3 days to prepare this. So today's the 9th. It comes out today. So maybe the end of their data is from February 5th. So it wouldn't capture maybe new data or new decks that have come out in the last couple of days, which I feel like is when I've been seeing Dragon Paladin decks come out. So possibly still something that could be happening in Dragon Paladin. Don't know for sure, but that's why it's always great to get out and test and try different things. Priest has a bunch of decks with small sample size. Worth mentioning, Blessed Priest looks competitive at Top Legend. That's going to be the probably the Boon version. Savalna Priest, the APM Priest, is also looking okay at tier 3. Deck is difficult to play, so not accessible at lower ranks. I don't like Savalna Priest. I don't like APM decks in general in Hearthstone. I feel like once you are limited by animations, and when you have what's supposed to be a turn-based strategy game that has a deck that can win based on playing very, very quickly and making, you know, or playing, what, 15, 20, 25, 30 cards in a single turn just based on being able to go fast, to me it just kind of runs contrary to what Hearthstone is trying to be, or is and has been for many, many years. So I'm kind of glad this deck is not stronger than it is, because it'd be a bummer if something like Savalna Priest was ever tier 1. Undead and Quest Priest are not great, but they're not terrible choices throughout the ladder. Control Priest is better than it looks because it's extremely unrefined. It'll be closer to tier 3 rather than being a complete dumpster deck. So a little bit of hope. I have played some Undead Priest. I had somebody on my friends list playing Priest, and they were around top 100. They were like rank 115. Next thing I know, I look and they're like rank 70. And I actually got the list from them and did not have the kind of success that they were having. So maybe they just hit some good matchups. But I spectated a few games, and it was really interesting, the list they were playing. Not a list that you would find on any of the websites or anything. Just not popular. But it was interesting. So again, some of these archetypes, I think people give up on them so fast that maybe there's refinement that could be made that just never actually happens because not enough people are playing it to be able to get the data, to go through the refinement phase, so on and so forth. So again, it's always great to get out and test. I mean, if you find something that's working for you, you might as well just jam it and tear up the ladder. And, you know, maybe don't forget to go out and tweet about it. Grab you a couple of extra followers on Twitter if that's something that you might be interested in. I've been climbing with Enraged Warrior, and I've beat Unholy many times. That's interesting, Eric, because when I think about that matchup and envision how a game would go, I feel like the Enraged Warrior just gets run over unless the Unholy Death Knight is just not taking correct trades. But it's definitely something to keep in mind. And Eric, I mentioned earlier, it might have been before you were here, but Wu Ling actually tweeted out a Enraged Warrior list earlier, the list that they've been playing. I don't know if that's, you know, might be exactly what you're playing. I have no idea. I don't know how different it is than the, you know, quote-unquote standard Enraged Warrior list. But just something to keep in mind if you're interested. I think it's at WuLingHS on Twitter. Evolved Shaman, 100% optimized at the launch of the patch, so it was bound to decline as other decks got better, but it deals with Unholy Death Knight relatively well. I touched on this earlier. I've had a lot of success with Evolved Shaman. I do think there's some bad draws there where you just lose to Unholy Death Knight. Small samples of other Shaman archetypes haven't shown promise so far. There's another version of, what would you call it, like Murloc Shaman that I've seen in the last couple of days that could be worth checking out. I've seen Murloc Shaman that's running like Tiny Fin, the 0-mana 1/1. I'm assuming like specifically for Rotgill to be able to get that extra death rattle. But then I also saw a list that was running Primordial Wave to be able to devolve. You know, really, I mean, there's a couple of things that you would want to be able to devolve. If you're against, say, for example, Mine Warlock, if they just throw a Mine out on the board and pass turn, you could devolve it so that it doesn't actually die. Maybe you deny them access to that death rattle, at least at that point in the game. And then also, I'm drawing a total blank. But there's other decks that the devolve could be good against. But so still some experimentation going on with like a Murloc Shaman deck. But again, is it ever going to be popular enough to get enough data and enough traction for people to play it, refine it? And how good is it actually? Some of the wins with maybe these less popular decks are just because, you know, I've queued into Shaman. Okay, it's going to be Evolve Shaman. That's how I mulligan. That's how I approach the early turns of the game. Now, all of a sudden, turn 2, turn 3, you know, I'm up against a board of Murlocs. And, you know, maybe I've mulliganed improperly, you know, so on and so forth. So the surprise factor of the lesser played decks can sometimes be... can lead to a higher win rate than what they actually should have. Shaman kills you every time? Yeah. Gotta love Shaman, man. So, I tweeted this out yesterday. I was playing Evolved Shaman last night. I had a good win rate, and I think I actually won this game. But so, I played like Muck Pools turn 1. Turn 2, I played Carving Chisel, and I hit my opponent. And I think that, you know, on turn 2, you always use the Muck Pool's location. Just go ahead and evolve your totem, because you know you're not using it on turn 3. I mean, assuming that you look at your hand and there's 0 chance of a null, even if you top deck it, you go ahead and use it. So I evolved a 1-mana totem into a 2-mana, the card is like Maze Guide or something. It's a 1/1 with a battle cry to summon a random 2-drop. So I evolved my totem into a 1/1. And then later in that game, I used that same Muck Pools to evolve a Null twice, and both times I evolved Null into Null. It was like the worst, man. And I still won that game. Because like Evolve Null is kind of like a power play. You hit a big minion and sometimes you just win. Or, you know, you buy enough time to be able to do other things. But it wasn't enough to cost me the game, but it was enough to, you know, be a little bit comical and possibly a little bit frustrating even. Any custom deck ideas to specifically counter Unholy DK? I don't know, man. I've thought about it quite a bit. I feel like there should be some type of mid-range deck that could counter Unholy Death Knight, but it just doesn't seem like it. And it's kind of one of those things that when you think about people trying to gain ranks and the number, you know, the millions of people that are playing Hearthstone, if Unholy Death Knight is the tier 1 deck or a tier 1 deck, everybody's trying to come up with a counter, and nobody's figured anything out yet. So it's either something that's not obvious, or maybe there just is no counter to it. And that's just going to kind of be where we're at. So I know that might be a little bit frustrating, Josh. You know, it's always frustrating when there's a really good deck that you just don't enjoy playing against. But keep in mind, the mini set's right around the corner. I think there should be an announcement. It could actually come out as early as next week. I have no evidence of that, but it should be, what, next week or week after at the latest. So, you know, changes are going to be coming. Hopefully there's something good enough in the mini set to be able to change that. But as of this point, I think Blizzard has teased the mini set. If you follow Play Hearthstone on Twitter, they tweeted out a couple of screenshots of what looks to be card art. And listen, you heard it here first. I'm looking at the card art, and it makes me wonder if they're printing more locations in this mini set. Like they've got the Silver Moon Gate, and it looks like Blight is coming up to the gate. The Silver Moon Fountain, they've got Silver Moon City. These could be location cards. I don't know that that's true. It's total speculation on my part, but there could be more locations. I'm pretty sure Blizzard said that locations were not just going to be a Castle Nathria keyword or type, card type or whatnot. So could keep an eye on that, and potentially Death Knight getting its first location, if that's true. I'm assuming if they make locations, every class would get one. But again, pure speculation, but hey, speculation is fun, right? Hey, Cax, nice to see you. Glad you could stop by here. Fell Demon Hunter is looking very solid. Its top legend performance is a bit surprising, considering it can struggle against some of the stronger decks, but it preys on popular yet underwhelming archetypes. Blood Death Knight and Thief Rogue, popular but underwhelming, at least according to Vicious Syndicate. Cloud of Miracle Rogue and Pure Paladin have been helpful. So, Fell Demon Hunter, again, I've played this deck. I think it's perfectly fine if you're like a Demon Hunter main or you just enjoy Demon Hunter. There's no real reason to not get out and play this. Should be able to win enough that it's not totally unfun. I wonder if, in addition to a definite location, they would print a neutral one. That's interesting. I have no idea. I would assume they would at least consider it, but you have to be careful with neutral cards. With how powerful they are, because what we've seen with the last couple of expansions is, you know, they printed Denathrius, a neutral card. It was amazingly strong. Every class played it, and they came back and had to nerf it because it just kind of makes every deck play the same and have the same win condition. And then they did the same thing with Astalor, a neutral legendary, really, really powerful. And then they came back and nerfed it, basically because they're saying people are playing it too much. Not even necessarily because it's too good. And I mean, when you look at what they did to Astalor, they really didn't even nerf it all that much. Like, they didn't break the Druid combo. They really didn't change it a whole lot. But it just kind of felt like faster decks like Unholy Death Knight became more popular. And so Astalor kind of lost maybe some of its steam, more so because of the meta rather than the changes that were actually made to the card. Thoughts on Boar Druid? I have no thoughts on Boar Druid. Could be fun to play. I can't imagine that it's going to be a good deck. But if you like it, hey, get out and give it a try, man. That's again, I usually approach Hearthstone, and I know you guys are watching me right now, and if you've watched my videos, I personally approach Hearthstone from the standpoint of I want to be able to play the best that I can play. I want to learn, and I want to get better. And hopefully somewhere along the way, maybe something that I say or do helps somebody else to be able to get, a little bit better at the game, or make them think about things in a way that they didn't think about it previously. But sometimes you just play for fun. And I do that too. It's a lot more rare for me maybe than it is for some other people. But sometimes you take a deck and you're like, man, it's just fun. I'm going to jam this deck. And I've even had some people tell me in my YouTube comments, I don't really care about rank. I just want to have fun. I play in gold. I like this deck, so on and so forth. Which again is perfectly fine. Honestly, I'm a little bit envious of people like that because you're playing a game, it should be for fun. And I think sometimes you get a little bit too wrapped up in, what's my rank or what's my win rate? And then you're not having as much fun as you would be if, you just didn't care realistically about stuff that doesn't matter. My Hearthstone rank doesn't matter. My win rate in Hearthstone doesn't matter. But, unfortunately, maybe sometimes I let it get a little bit too important to me. Be fun if they did a blitz mode where your deck has to have the 15-second dragon in it. Yeah, they've never fully committed to that. They have Nozdormu Day, like once a month. But even when I play on Nozdormu Day and I put Nozdormu in my deck, it's pretty rare that I get a matchup where you have Nozdormu. But that could be interesting, a blitz mode, kind of like chess. It'd be interesting if there were like, community tournament somewhere, the Nozdormu tournament. Stuff like that could be really fun and interesting. But a lot of these ropers, these competitive players that just rope out sometimes relatively easy turns would be interesting to see if they competed in that. When they keep nerfing mana cost instead of preventing the combos themselves, Druid gets away with it. That's true, but the problem now is the Druid combo is just too slow. Druid's like a punching bag. They're AFK, they do nothing, and then they die to a board. To the point that they can even ramp, and Scale of Onyxia doesn't even save them. Like, that's how bad Druid early game is. And I don't know if that's a deck building thing, or if that's just the state of the class. I think you could include more early game in some of the Druid builds. I don't know that they improve the win rate, though. Interesting to think about, though. How would I go about sharing my deck list with you? Honestly, Eric, I guess just, like, throw it on Twitter, man. You can tweet it at me. At UncorruptGG. Probably the best way that I could think of. You haven't killed a Druid before turn 7, you lose. Sometimes, sometimes your board is so big that Scale of Onyxia, it's 14 damage into minions. Sometimes they can't even clear your board with it. It depends on what you're playing and what's going on. I don't know, Druid, I just have not struggled against Druid, I think, in the last couple of months, just because of how slow they are. Unholy DK dominates early board control like no other deck in the format, so naturally Enraged Warrior will struggle against it. So, looks like not everybody's doing as good as you are, Eric, with the Enraged Warrior. Still, Enraged Warrior is a fine deck to play, exhibiting a positive win rate at every rank bracket, so it looks like you might be onto something. It's the Anti-Thief Rogue, a good deck that few care to play. Miniset news is out, confirmed Nax. Is it really out? Let me check this out. I guess just anywhere on the Hearthstone website. And we'll go to news, interrupt our regularly scheduled programming. Oh, baby. Lich King calls you to return to Naxxramas. I love Naxxramas. I played World of Warcraft for a lot of years. I really enjoyed this raid. And there's a lot of cool, like, characters that they could use for cards. A massive shadow blots out the sun. Our Naxxramases will blot out the sun. To which Lothramar, the leader of the Blood Elves at the time, said, then we'll fight in the shade. Actually, I guess when Naxxramas made the invasion, it was Sylvanas was maybe the leader, or at least the leader of the army, right? Let's see. Something about it feels familiar. How many times has Naxxramas come back. So you had the original Naxxramas, which was in, I guess, World of Warcraft. And then Naxxramas has been in Hearthstone. This will be the second time. The raid came back in Wrath of the Lich King. Then the raid came back in Wrath of the Lich King Classic. They really like reusing some Naxxramas stuff. February 14th, so it is next week. The 14th is Tuesday. On Valentine's Day, man. That's kind of a setup, because there's going to be people that get themselves in trouble where they're spending their time on the new Hearthstone set rather than spending their time, you know, showing their partner that they love them and appreciate them and all the things that they do for them. 38 cards, 4 legendary cards. You see the details here. As a complete 72 card set. Normal versions of the mini set can be purchased in-game only. Looks like all the standard stuff. And it looks like we've got a sneak peek at some of the cards here. I'm going to take like a 15-second break. I need to let my dog out. Maddie Dog is wanting to go outside. I will be right back shortly, and we'll start taking a look at some of these cards. All right, and I'm going to relieve myself of my hoodie. That was almost really bad. Might have had a little bit too long of a pause there, but we're getting into serious business here, so my hoodie is coming off. You know, the other interesting thing is, I've been expecting, it's never happened yet, but I've been expecting a comment on YouTube on one of my videos about how my hoodie is the same for every single video, and I already have like a pre-canned response about how it's like my uniform for YouTube, just like, you know, certain jobs have uniforms or a dress code when they go to work, so I wear my uniform. But nobody said anything yet, man. You guys are slacking. Take my wife out on the 13th because it's cheaper. It's actually not a bad idea. But if you're gonna pull that move and it's not something you don't normally do, make sure that that she doesn't know. Oh, it is a location. Just make sure that she doesn't know that the expansion comes out on the 14th. Cast 3 spells while holding this. Freeze 3 random enemy minions. I don't know. Frost DK support doesn't seem great. I don't know that you want to freeze minions with Frost DK. You want to be killing your opponent. So I'm not sure, you know, how good that card is. And it looks like Death Knight, with its first location, Construct Quarter, destroy a friendly minion to summon a 4/5 undead with Rush. 3 charges and 3 mana. That's interesting. I mean, it has a lot of synergy with the hero power. And, you know, you can, like, take a trade and then get a 4/5 with Rush and trade again. Seems pretty good. It's going to come down to the mana cost, though. Like, what's the 3 mana? But 3 charges is actually really strong, too. A DK Colossal. So it feels like DK was an incomplete class because it didn't have locations and a Colossal like all the other classes, and they're making up for it in the mini set. Freeze any character damaged by this minion, 1 mana Rush. This is... It doesn't have a rune affiliation, so something like this could maybe go in Blood DK just to kind of go into the control version, but this card just doesn't seem good. It doesn't seem good at all. If it was charge, maybe it's still not even good with charge. Syndragosa, Colossal +2. After an enemy minion is frozen, destroy it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm a doofus. These are the Colossal minions. This is how it would look if it was on the board. After an enemy minion is frozen, destroy it. So this is just removal. And you can see here, it's a mixed rune type, Blood and Frost. Rainbow DK card. But that's interesting. So it's basically just removal. 7 mana, 6/6, and remove 2 minions on the board. So that's interesting. It'll definitely be nice having a Death Knight with a Colossal. And then also important to keep in mind that anything that can randomly generate a Colossal could potentially hit something like this. So maybe like, I think Hazy Concoction from Rogues, they could potentially hit something like this. Or What's the 5/5? The Naga. Queen Ashara could potentially discover something like this. So sometimes cards like this are just better for the discover option than they are to hard run in a deck. Return to unlocks Death Knight's full potential. So you had to, let's see, you had to buy enough packs to unlock all the Death Knight cards. You had to pay extra for the Path of Arthas. And now if you buy this mini set, you're going to be able to unlock Death Knight's full potential. So pay to win class. Dual type minions, advanced synergies, terrifying new way to win the game. What does that mean? Did I misread something? A terrifying new way to win the game. What does that mean? Because the only way you can win is by setting your opponent's health to 0. Unless they're talking about these cards. Maybe I should scroll down. So we're seeing the 5 DK cards here. They are adding locations, and I feel like the Play Hearthstone, the pictures that they tweeted out, are also going to end up being locations just for the other classes. So that's really cool. February 14th, we got that to look forward to. Less than a week. Hop back over to the Vicious Syndicate report here. I think we still got a little bit left. Unholy Death Knight dominates early board control like no other deck in the format. Enraged Warrior will struggle against it. Enraged Warrior is fine to play. I actually think I already read that. I lost my place. Well, technically it's 5 cards. What if your card gets freezing trapped? Or we can split the difference and say 4 cards, because they were both... the 1 mana 2 ones were the same card, just shown twice. If we go that route, then I'm not wrong and you're not wrong. But yeah, you're right. Three Death Knight cards. Hunter generally not the best class to queue into Unholy DK. Still, big declines in the performance of Beast and Spitter Hunter are mostly a product of other decks getting better while this class stands still, solved with no room to grow and improve. So I guess Big Beast Hunter was kind of fully refined, hasn't gotten anything new, and is just kind of tapped out now. And as other decks get better, you know, Unholy DK, decks got faster, got stronger. Beast Hunter was stuck in the mud, and with nowhere to go, it just got worse. So Hunter maybe actually just a little bit struggling here. But for the Hunter fans out there, Sidisi TV, SIDISI TV, streams on Twitch and also tweets quite a bit. Hunter specialist. I know Sidisi has been playing the last day or two Quest Hunter. I actually lost to that deck. And I was mad when I lost because it was like a weird scenario where I never should have lost, and I actually did. I think it was related to my draws. It was when I was playing Mindlock. Unfortunate, but I think Sidisi hit a pretty good rank. I think he was like, I don't know, 250, 230, something like that. So potentially Quest Hunter could be good again. I guess it depends on what you're going to be facing in the meta. Unholy Death Knight looks like the best deck in the game. And let's take a look and see what they're saying here. Kind of pretty standard, exactly what you'd expect. Plague Strike's an insane card. They're running Peasants. I'm pretty sure, I mean, you keep Peasant when you're going first. And even if you're against, say, like Mage, where they could coin hero power, if they use their coin on turn 1 to remove a Peasant, I think you take that as like a miniature victory within the game. I think that's like perfectly fine. Nerubian Swarm Guard, that's the card I was trying to think of earlier. So pretty standard here. 2 Famished Fools, Marrogar. There was a version of the list that was running, I think it cut 1 Famished Fool for Sylvanas, and you can see they're saying that that's not the way to go. And I'm assuming that Frost Death Knight is exactly the same. Let's take a quick look at the control deck. Again, well, they're saying run Body Baggers. I'm not too sure about that. Watch Post. Pretty much the same stuff you would expect. Corpse Explosion actually just isn't good enough to run in Blood DK because you never have enough corpses, it feels like. And you can see they actually don't run it here. Hey, Andy. Assuming I got that name right. And if I didn't, make sure you let me know. I don't want to be pronouncing anything wrong. But stream's going good. There's been an official announcement for Naxxramas. I was just taking a look at it. They showed some new Death Knight cards, and it's coming out next week, so... pretty exciting. Astalor getting stronger, which is interesting. Weaker than it used to be, but the field is demanding more late game from Miracle Rogue. One Mailbox Dancer makes the way. So it sounds like they're going to be cutting a Mailbox Dancer and Miracle Rogue. The thing about Rogue is, with Astalor, it just almost totally eliminates control decks from the meta. I've had so many games against Rogue where they play Astalor on like turn 4. They go Astalor, Shadow Step, Astalor, Shadow Step, Astalor, Shadow of Demise as a Shadow Step, and then they just have so many Astalors that you can't win. And it's almost totally killed off, like, say, Control Paladin, because the damage is dealt one at a time. Cariel doesn't even block any of the damage. Like, you don't even need to destroy the Cariel weapon. Yeah, it's Andy. Haven't seen that yet, but you'll take a look. Yeah, I just looked at it on the official Blizzard website, on their news. Pretty cool stuff. Frostmage players not pleased to see the rise of Unholy Death Knight. If you need some tips to do better in this matchup, find Deathborn in your mulligan. Keep Deathborn in the mulligan against Unholy Death Knight. That almost feels like it's too slow. And how many minions are you actually removing with Deathborn? Even if you have it like on turn 5 with the coin or with a discount from the Shivering Sorceress. That's interesting though. They must have data that leads them to that conclusion. Incrementally curving out of minions will eventually put you behind. So you go Shivering Sorceress into Amplified Snow Flurry, into Frostweave Dungeoneer, into Cold Case, and you're actually behind. Think about that. That's crazy what Unholy Death Knight is able to do. Any reason to spend Dust now to get a good deck before the new mini set, or wait and play fun decks until a potential new meta settles? Michael, and again, if I mispronounce, please let me know. I mean, that's up to you, man. I would always recommend waiting. If you know changes are right around the corner, there might be other cards that you would want to craft, like as early as next week. Honestly, I personally have a hard time recommending people to craft things, just because when you're limited on Dust and you can only craft so many things, man, if you waste a craft and can't get a full refund for, because it wasn't a nerf card or whatever, it's just an awful, awful feeling, man. And I've said before, I keep a full standard collection so that I can play what I want when I want. But previously in Hearthstone and in other games, I've been in that situation where you have limited resources, you can't have everything, and it's just really hard to know what to do. But I hate to recommend something and then, it end up being not what's correct for you. So if it was me, I would wait and see how things shake out, is how I would answer that question. And I don't know how you guys feel about this. I want some opinions, but I follow a lot of Hearthstone people on Twitter. And a lot of people make these bait tweets. Oh, this deck is great. It's the best deck in the game. And the same thing on YouTube. You start scrolling through YouTube videos and you look at the thumbnails. How many times do you see rank 1 legend on the thumbnail? It's like on all of them. And I've made a commitment to myself. I'm never going to put that on one of my thumbnails when I make a video. But they bait people, and then you have people with limited resources that go out and craft a deck, and it's actually just a bad deck. And I know why they do it. I don't think they're intending to like cause harm, so to speak. They're doing it to drive engagement. They're creators, they want engagement, they want people to notice their content, so on and so forth. But to me, you're almost like you are causing harm, because there's somebody that has enough dust to make one legendary, and then they go out and make a legendary based on a tweet that they saw because they recognize the name of the person and they know that they're a top legend player or a tournament winner or whatever. And then now they're left with a worthless card and they've wasted all their resources. Like, that's the kind of thing I feel like it turns people off, it hurts the community, and it actually causes people to quit the game. Like, that's just such a negative experience. And again, I know why they do it. I don't think they mean for anything, negative to happen, but it does happen. That's how I look at it, man. And it's, I don't know, I see both sides of it, but you really got to feel for, or I feel for people that almost get, they put their trust in the wrong person is what it comes down to. And that's just tough. Don't pay attention to bait like that. I wait for analysis of the meta, whatever looks most fun, but also have a big win rate. I'm on limited dust, so I have to make sure I don't waste it. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, it's just like, it's like money in real life, You don't want to waste your resources on anything, whether it's, to me, I don't want to waste my resources, whether it's fake currency, real money, or even just time. Because in addition to, hey, I crafted this worthless legendary, this deck sucks, now I've lost 10 games in a row, and I spent 2 hours being miserable. It's like a tough price to pay. They could somehow add a disclaimer, it would be nice. Yeah, they don't put the disclaimer, man, because it's all about creating content and engagement and all this other stuff, you know. Good for them, but not necessarily good for other people. And I don't intend to be like, you know, hard on the creators that do that, because again, I understand why they do it. I just think there's a lot of unintended side effects that can be really negative, and potentially if you have somebody popular that does that, there could be negative side effects to, you know, a lot of people. And I think it just hurts the community overall. Nice you have morals and care about people, not just views. I appreciate you saying that. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I care about views. I mean, if I'm making content, I want people to see it, but I try to be, I don't know, I don't want to use the wrong word. And again, I'm not trying to like really criticize other creators, you know. But I try to be careful about what I do. And sometimes you just make mistakes. I'm sure I've made mistakes. I'm sure I've probably, you know, I try not to do clickbait stuff either with titles and thumbnails. I probably, you know, crossed whatever personal line I would draw on that in the past. But, you know, it's just the way it is. How I choose to approach things. And everybody's different in that regard. Let's see. Oh, we're still talking about Frost Mage here. You don't have all the time in the world since Marrowgar is a rough game-ending play. Pressure their life total as much as possible. So they're just talking about the Unholy DK matchup and Mage. I think we're safe to move on here. Just tweeted you Enrage Warrior deck. Love your opinion. I'll take a look at it, Eric. I'll be honest with you, man. I'll probably get to it after the stream is over. Let you know what I think. I might actually try it some too. I was thinking about trying it myself at some point. I'm free to play. The way I do it is I pick 5 classes and make the good cards in those classes and dust everything else. Yeah. And that's the other thing. When I talk about feeling sorry for like warrior mains, priest mains, and warlock mains, you know, some people may only have enough dust to be able to main one class. And when that one class is bad, or when a new expansion comes out and all the cards aren't strong enough to actually change what they're doing, like if you're a Warlock main, you've been playing Imp Warlock since, what, Castle Nathria, at least? That's tough, man. I mean, everybody else is getting new cards, new decks, new expansion, and you're just sitting there playing Imps and Curses. So, I always try to keep stuff like that in mind. Lots of individual experiences out there. Phylactery Warlock expectedly gotten stronger this week. Players are cutting Immortal Coil to fit in second Fiendish Circle or second Shallow Grave. I mentioned this earlier. I'm a second Shallow Grave fan. This is a lean towards slower matchups. Either switch seems equally fine. Life for Imp Warlock has been more difficult due to the rise of Unholy DK. I don't think there's anything. I don't think any of the Mage decks have changed. I am going to go back just a second. I want to take a look at their big spell Mage. And what I was looking for was the 8 mana summon the 5/6s that can't be targeted. I can't remember what that card is called. It's an arcane spell though. And I actually like the Mage deck that plays that extra 8 mana big spell. But in order to do it, I think there's no Bran and there's no School Teachers in that deck. And there's probably a second Pelican Diver just because of all the aggro. I'm going to be playing it here on stream just a little bit later, but what I like to play is actually a little bit different than what they have here. Paladin has been getting quiet. The defensive variant of Pure Paladin is the better performer against Unholy Death Knight. Looks slightly better on ladder due to the Turbo Countess variant. Compared to the Turbo Countess variant, not a big difference though. Paladin, I mean, I really just don't even find Paladin all that interesting. Aggro Paladin, basically Curvestone Paladin. You know, this isn't super interesting. And sometimes, like, the Countess is supposed to be your big play. But if your invitations give bad legendary minions, sometimes it's just not good enough to win the game. And then you've basically killed yourself because you played... Oh man, that's the wrong thing. I'm choking. You're killing yourself because you're playing the, what is it, Seal of Blood, I think, deals damage to you. And if you go Blood Crusader Countess, you take 7 off of that. So sometimes you're killing yourself. And then, you know, if the invitations aren't good enough to win the game, you can just lose. Play Hunter the most, just got 1,000 wins last week. Nice. Arcane Defenders, yeah, that's the card. I actually have, I think Hunter is my class with the most wins. I'm at like, I think I only have like 2,500. Maybe not even 2,500. It might be like 21 or 2,200 wins with Hunter. So certainly, like, if you compare me to, other people on YouTube and Twitch and whatnot, they've played probably 3, 4, 5 times as many games of Hearthstone as I have. I don't know, man. I think there's a limit to me for, how much I can stand. I'm not sure how people can just sit down and no-life Hearthstone like 12 hours a day for years at a time. But different strokes for different folks. Defensive Priest decks have been experimented with since they have the tools to fight off Unholy. So Defensive Priest is potentially good against Unholy Death Knight. But the rest of their matchup spread is still very flawed. We found some builds with potential promise. So kind of what you see is there's decks that do at least somewhat counter Unholy Death Knight, but then you basically lose to the rest of the field. Hey, I appreciate that, Eric. Keep doing what you're doing. Thanks so much. Thank you very much. That's very generous, and I certainly appreciate that. That's awesome. But you have to be able to stomach losing against everything else if you're going to try to counter Unholy Death Knight, which isn't, it's not the best. Quest Priest might be the strongest and most stable performer, but again, it's a boring deck. You play a 2-on-2, a 3-on-3, a 4-on-4, and it doesn't matter what the card is, that's still your best play. That's not compelling gameplay. Since its inevitability can help beat some of the slower decks in the format, Control Priest looks more promising, running the Thief package over Plague Spreader, Disruption package. Svalna with Forge Fiend looks like a decent enough deck at top legend. Again, Svalna, I don't think that's what Hearthstone should be trying to do. If you can't no-life Hearthstone for insane amounts of time, just tells me you have other stuff in your life you also appreciate doing. For some, Hearthstone is escape from real life. Yeah, that's true. I mean, everybody's in different situations, but I know, like, for me, I play it in my downtime, but I don't necessarily have, sometimes I have more downtime than others, but I work a full job and, have a wife and kids and, other things going on sometimes. So I don't even play Hearthstone every day. Sometimes there'll be a day or two that I don't play. Sometimes I may only, have the opportunity to play a handful of games. And to be honest, like sometimes I get home from work and I'm tired, man. And the last thing I want to do is sit down and think about Hearthstone turns. So sure, again, everybody has their own different experiences as far as what's going on. I do think, though, if you want to be like a top player, there's probably a minimum amount of hours that you have to be putting in every day. But I feel like there's probably also a certain number of hours that's just too much and may actually hurt you, because when you're tired, you play bad, and potentially, playing bad, you can develop some bad habits or some bad thought patterns. So, I don't know, just my personal view. Undead Priest should be running the burn variant after the rise of Unholy. Very difficult to win board against them. Leaning towards the late game plan is better. And they've got the Priest decks here. You guys can check this out on your own. I'm not going to look at every individual deck here, but vicioussyndicate.com, and then this is the most recent Data Reaper report. Me too, mainly play on my phone, 20 to 45 minutes before bed, still hit Legend as a hunter only. Yeah, I mean, it's hardest the first time to get the Legend, but once you get there the first time and just kind of realize mentally, hey, I can do this, it seems significantly easier. That was definitely my experience. Shaman has evolved and nothing else. Again, keeping in mind their data cut off a few days ago, you might be seeing a Murloc list out there somewhere. Worth exploring. All sorts of control and big Shaman, but they don't look good enough to compete, so they do have a Murloc Shaman list here. Let's take a look at this. I think Evolved Shaman's been the same for a while. So I've seen a list that runs the 0-mana 1/1 Murloc Tiny Fin. 1 Bloodlust, Rotgill. This version runs No Fin. I don't know how I feel about running 2 copies of No Fin in this list. 1 Bloodlust and 2 of these. Because if you're assuming that your hardest matchup and your most frequent matchup is Unholy DK, are you ever going to have enough of a board to justify a 3-mana No Fin? Because they're going to be making trades and you're going to be making trades on a lot of these turns. Have you played much Blood Death Knight? I haven't played it recently. When March of the Lich King came out, I think I started with Blood Death Knight. But my total wins on the Death Knight class is at like 65 total, I think, maybe 70. And that's split across... I played Rainbow DK a little bit, but I didn't get very many wins with it. Which is why I'm down on that deck. But then I've also played Frost, Unholy, and Blood, so I would say no. I personally have not played much Blood DK. I've got maybe, just guessing, 30, 35 games total on Blood Death Knight. Ramp Druid's Deference search for defensive tools to stand up to Unholy Death Knight resulted in addition of Spammy Arcanist and Silver Moon Sentinel. Spammy Arcanist, long-established tech card in the deck, but Sentinel is a new experiment trying to take advantage of Druid's ability to get to 8 mana quickly through Nourish. I'm going to be honest, I don't even know what this card is. Silver Moon Sentinel. I would have to look that up. I guess we'll be able to see it down here. Adding both cards makes a big difference, improving Ramp Druid's standing against the field. Matchup against Unholy DK improves by 15% by running those cards. Ramp Druid's still unfavored, so look, they improved the matchup by 15% just to get to 40%. So it was 25-75. Like, that's how big of a punching bag Druid is. Performance of Spammy makes us think it's a worthwhile inclusion in other decks that currently don't run it. A good example is Big Spell Mage, but they didn't actually have a Spammy Alchemist in their version of Big Spell Mage. Again, the report's data-driven, so I guess they don't have data on it, but they think that it could be a good idea. I want to take a look at this. I never see aggro Druid, but there is the rare Ramp Druid, and it's good to know what people are going to be playing. Silver Moon Sentinel. Oh, it has a Mana Thirst is what it is. I thought it would pop up if you moused over it, but I think it has a Mana Thirst for 8 mana that like adds stats, and maybe it has Taunt, and that's why it's a good defensive card. How many games do you feel you have to play before judging if it's actually good or bad? Or just you being lucky or unlucky with card draw? Honestly, in order to limit variance as much as possible, you're talking about thousands of games. There's no way one individual person can play enough games to rule out variance. Which is why, like, Vicious Syndicate and also hsreplay.net are good resources to have. Because you can even look at hsreplay.net and you can see 2 decks and the difference is only 1 or 2 cards, and they might have a 2 or 3% difference in win rate. And it's because of variance. There just hasn't been enough games played with either version of the deck. But then, over time, you realize that they're almost identical and the card change doesn't do anything. So, in my opinion, thousands, and one person can never make that determination. There's probably, I don't know, statistics people could probably come up with a better number for you. I know with a random sample size of 1,000, I think the, man, I'm going to use like some incorrect terms and make myself look like a doofus, but like in a random survey with 1,000 responses, there's a 3% margin of error. But when you're talking about like Hearthstone, which is a game of skill, it's quality of player. Are they playing correctly, making the correct decisions? And then there's all these different matchups. So I feel like it's got to be many, many thousands before you could really get a true idea of if a deck is good or bad. Plus, the meta changes over time. Like, you know, all the games this week aren't going to mean anything next week after the mini set comes out and all the decks are updated with mini set cards, you know? So it's just really, really hard to get a true answer about what's good or bad. And that's why I say if you're playing something and it's working for you, just keep playing it. And then all of a sudden, if it's not working, maybe it's time to switch. But yeah, that's just kind of tough. Tough question to answer, Michael. Well, Demon Hunter best build figured out for a while. Looking quite good throughout the ladder, but the other Demon Hunter decks not so good. I want to take a look at this. Are they running Sathino? Nope. Their version has Artificer. I think you're better off to cut this and play Lady Sathino. And then leave everything else the same. But that's just me. And again, it's all data-based. Maybe they don't have data, or maybe I'm just wrong. Here's the Enrage Warrior. Eric, I'll take a look a little bit later and see what you sent me. I'm wondering how close this is, though. Looks like Nellie's making the cut these days. Whirling Combatant. I feel like that wasn't always there. And Thorebalore, or Thorebalore, however you say that. That's interesting. This is interesting. I'm definitely interested in comparing this to something else just to see. And they're also saying this has a hard time against Unholy DK based on their data. Hunter's development non-existent. Class is tanking due to the absence of potential improvement as other strategies become more efficient. Harpoon Gun and Dog Biscuit help you race against Unholy Death Knight, so we'd prefer running them at this stage at every rank bracket in Spitter Hunter. So that's interesting. Unholy Death Knight reached the top of the meta, changing the format with its arrival. This event is unlikely to have been on many players' bingo cards. Yeah, nobody saw this coming, except the main guy that I think of is Atsuna. Again, it's somebody I follow on Twitter. I think Atsuna maybe streams on Twitch as well, but did a lot of tweeting about Unholy Death Knight and the list that they were playing. And I think their list is exactly what's here on Vicious Syndicate. So certainly one person had it on their bingo card. A nice change of pace before the upcoming mini set. Is it though? Remember the last mini set of the Hearthstone year should have callbacks from the entire year. Could we see a Death Knight Colossal? And we know that yes, there is a Death Knight Colossal as well as a Death Knight location. Nax has been announced officially. More Infused and Mana Thirst. Perhaps some bones will be thrown at under-supported archetypes. We're going to find out soon. And they're basically just saying Unholy Death Knight's going to be running the ladder. It's going to be running it absolutely ragged, according to what they say. So that's the Vicious Syndicate report. Keep in mind, you guys can check that out for yourselves at vicioussyndicate.com, as you can see right up here at the top. I hope you can see it. And then they have other stuff too. They have old Data Reaper reports. If you want to go back and see what was good like a year ago, then you can do that as well. But definitely check that out. If there's any lists you wanted to look at or any other things that you wanted to check out, that option is going to be there for you. I am going to take a quick minute or two break, and then I think I am actually going to start queuing up some games. So I'm going to pull this up. This is what I'm going to be playing, the casino decks that I mentioned earlier, Big Spell Mage, Jackpot, Rogue, and Evolved Shaman. I'm going to let Hearthstone decide whether or not I win, and not my own decision-making process. If you're going to head out, thank you so much for watching. Again, I'll be back in just 1, maybe 2 minutes. Take a quick break for me, and then we're going to fire up some games. Thank you, thank you. We're back. Somebody playing these. Take a quick look at the decks here before I queue up. So this is pretty similar to the list that we saw on Vicious Syndicate. This version runs a second Pelican Diver. Again, just thinking about those Unholy DKs. Cut brand for that, I guess is how you could look at it. And then I'm running 2 copies of Arcane Defenders, and I think they had, I want to say it was the School Teachers, the 4-mana Naga. So this looks a little bit different than what the Vicious Syndicate has, but I think I like it. A little bit of redundancy on the big spells can sometimes be beneficial. Jackpot Rogue, pretty standard. Not sure how this compares to the Vicious Syndicate list or what you might be playing, but just a pretty standard Jackpot Rogue. Some potential to get run over early now that we're no longer playing Gnolls because of the most recent balance adjustments. You can just get destroyed by Unholy DK. And that's another good point. If it weren't for the changes to the Maestra and Gnoll interactions, then Unholy Death Knight probably wouldn't be a thing because Rogue would still be dominating in some form. The Gnolls just being able to remove so much. And then again, what I would assume is likely just a standard Evolve Shaman. This deck is really good. At least it's been performing well for me for a while now, over the course of a couple of weeks. So we're going to hop in and do a little bit of play in here. And we're going to see if we can actually pick up a couple of ranks. Starting off at 1742. I always like to know where I start compared to where I finish. I coughed up, I think I went, that day that I went 35% win rate, I think I went from rank 400 to rank 2000. It's always easier to lose ranks than it is to gain ranks. I was at rank 2000, and I think the first game I won, I gained like 30 ranks. And if that's all the ranks that you get at rank 2000 when you win, you know your MMR is absolutely toast. So, we're definitely going to keep the Barbaric Sorceress and the Mailbox Dancer. Mailbox is early game, plus it's a coin. We're going to be able to coin out the Barbaric Sorceress on 5. We're going to need to draw a spell, of course, to make that worthwhile. Also looks like we're against Warlock. Could be Imps, could be Mindlock. I feel like I see Mindlock significantly more. But we'll find that out in the first couple of turns here. Pretty favorable draw for us. I mean, we do want a big spell for the Barbaric. But having stuff to do in the early game against at least some form of imps is going to be really good. Also, it's going to be important to keep in mind that the Sorceress may not actually discount a card in our hand. They may not have a spell depending on which version they're running and whether or not they'll be able to dump their spells. So we can't necessarily guarantee on the Sorceress being able to discount a spell against this particular version. Against Mindlock, it's a lot more likely because they're running more spells. So the question is it better to get down the 2-3? Or do we want to get down the 3-2 with the coin? I think I just want to go ahead and get the coin in my hand here. Talking so much, I'm roping a relatively easy turn. I do think there's some merit to playing this. But there's a lot of times where after you play this, you don't necessarily want to use your hero power, and you might be losing hero powers. We do hit a spell there. We have to take this trade while we can. That's going to give us the coin. And then do we want to play this and ping? I kind of think we do. It might be able to limit card draw from our opponent. Although, it might be better to just get this a freeze and get another minion on the board. Plus, it spends our mana better, so whenever I can't decide what to do, I usually use the play that's going to spend mana the best. So we're going to do this. And then next turn, potentially, we can ping first and then play this to have a free hero power on turn 5, which will let us get a freeze. And likely we're still just going to coin out the 3-7, even if it doesn't hit a spell in our opponent's hand. Although it's a lot more likely because of the amount of spells that they have. Then, yeah, we'll likely just freeze this. The 3-7 can just soak up some minions on the board. And we get a second one. So likely, again, Casino Mage, we're just going to be looking for Rune of the Archmage. Well, that's Big Spell Mage, I just call it Casino. But likely we're going to be looking for Rune of the Archmage to potentially win us this game. Unfortunately, we can't spend our mana here. I need to be able to freeze this 5-5, and then I'm going to take a trade into a 1-1. Again, this will limit card draw. Next turn, we're going to coin out a Sorceress. Hopefully, we get a cheap Rune of the Archmage. And then we'll have Grey Sage Parrot to be able to repeat that Rune of the Archmage effect. And our opponent's actually just doing like a lot of things that are bad for us. So we're going to put our faith in this. Hopefully there's a spell. And you can see we got a 2-mana Rune of the Archmage next turn. We're going to freeze this guy, and then no reason to not go face here. So our opponent is likely going to still be able to push a lot of damage face, and we're going to be really dependent on what Rune of the Archmage does for us. Hopefully it clears the board, but our opponent has a full hand. They could have a... Oh, okay, they're not playing the Curse version, but they could still have Rafam. And we're just almost dead here, so unlikely that we're going to win this one. But we're going to give it our best chance. I guess we can trade first. And we're still going to be doing the rune no matter what, but we're going to trade anyway, so we might as well get that other card in our hand to see. And we're going to be able to play this and freeze after the fact. I'm just going to go ahead and shove face, and then Rune of the Archmage. Depending on the outcome of this, it might actually just be time to concede. Armor is good. We need to remove the board or freeze the board. Pyroblast is not that great for us here. It looks like we do freeze. We're going to be able to freeze the board by playing this. That's already frozen, so... I'm just going to play the location here, and no need to freeze it again, I don't think. Unless I thought I wanted the minion next turn, but next turn we're just going to repeat the Rune of the Archmage with the Grey Sage Parrot. So I think I'm going to want the freeze available after the fact. And then you can see the Rafam comes down here, so we're in trouble again. And again, we're totally dependent on Rune of the Archmage. One of the best cards in the deck, but it's just too late this time. So again, we're going to find out how lucky we are. Win me the game, Hearthstone. That's a bad start. Oh, that's a bad start. Need something big.
My hand is full.
And you can see we're not getting there, so that's just a concede.
Well done. You win.
Just overwhelmed by our opponent. Again, according to Vicious Syndicate, they would be much better off playing Unholy Death Knight. Does exactly the same thing, but just a little bit better. We're going to proceed down the line to Jackpot Rogue. So unfortunately, you can see there, I feel like Rune of the Archmage might be the worst spell to discount because it's so random. Sometimes it just wins you the game, and sometimes it's just not enough. I would rather have the Arcane Defenders or the Drakefire Amulet discounted, I think. In that situation, though, it was best for Rune of the Archmage because I think we had the Drakefire Amulet in hand, but discounting that particular Drakefire Amulet never would have been enough anyway. Random dragons just weren't good enough considering that board state, so we got ran over. And I feel like Jackpot Rogue can have that, has that same potential to just get run over by early game decks.
My mission is too important.
Queen Ashara is always a keep, especially on the coin. We're going to be able to get this active, most likely, and we might even be able to play it as early as turn 4. If we get like oh gosh, if we get like Coin, Prep, Bone Spike, this could be even earlier than turn 4. So, are we keeping the Prep? I think we're keeping the Prep. Even if we just get it to prep out like a Reconnaissance, that seems fine. So a lot of potential with this hand to do some unfair things with the Queen Ashara. We're against Mage here. Sometimes, if this was Unholy Death Knight, for example, even if they didn't play a turn 1, you might actually want to hold the Blackwater Cutlass. Trading is always good with this, but because we're no longer discounting Knolls, because Knolls aren't in the deck, a lot of times just equipping this on turn 1 is good. Like, imagine if our opponent played the Shivering Sorceress at 2-2, we just equip, swing, but it's fine to trade here. We'll guarantee to be able to discount a spell. Pick up the Tooth. It's only 1 mana. That's good. And we might actually just Tooth of Nefarian on this. Still keeping in mind, we're going to want to prep something. Because we're going to want this on turn 4 into Colossal turn 5. So think about this. Turn 4, turn 5, Colossal. Turn 6, we get the Colossal again. Turn 7, we get the Colossal again. It's hard to imagine losing a game like that. But I'm going to Tooth of Nefarian, and I want to use the expensive one here because I can't spend the 1 mana that would be left over if I use the cheaper one. So I might as well use the expensive one while I can. And I feel like it's Objection here, right? We maybe even just play Objection next turn. We have the option to prep it out. But we play Objection turn 3 into Coin Ashara on 4. And Objection is always good to be able to... It's a good secret to repeat with like Contraband and Tess. We also have the option of Shadow Stepping Queen Ashara for an additional horn. But this is definitely the play. As far as Shadow Step, I don't think so. We might want to Shadow Step the Tess or maybe an Astalor. We might want to Shadow Step a Sketchy Stranger, so I'm going to hold it. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Shadow Step in this. But I don't think this is the situation where you do it. So we're going to need a good Colossal minion here. But again, I mean, we've got Colossal minion into Contraband that's going to give us additional stuff. I mean, we can even, like, prep Reconnaissance first, because that's only 4 mana. And I may even, like, weapon swing into one of these depending on the Colossal. So I'm going to go ahead and use a preparation here. And Reconnaissance. These are all bad. This maybe has some merit. It's only going to be 1 mana, so it's going to be playable this turn. We can go Horn, Colossal, and this. And then again, we'd be getting another copy next turn. The other two are just absolute trash. So, feels like a pretty straightforward play here. We got a bad Colossal. It's just totally defensive in nature, which isn't good. So now the question is, do I actually want to Shadow Step the Tess because I want to try to get a better Colossal? I mean, it's good in that it's going to make it harder for our opponent to be able to kill us. It just doesn't help us necessarily win the game. I'm going to hold the Shadow Step. This might actually end up being an Astalor game. We might need multiple of the 5 mana Astalors to be able to generate additional armor even. Also, by playing the Contraband Stash, we get back this. We'll get a second Colossal, which means we'll have 2 immune 6/5s as long as the thing lives. We know it's not going to live, but it is there. So tentatively, next turn, I mean, it's just Tooth and Contraband Stash. What did you say about putting cards in our deck that did not start there? I don't have a clue. Putting cards in our deck that did not start there. Eric, I'm sorry, man. You got me. I think I lost my train of thought somewhere. Don't do it. Motion denied. I feel like it's motion denied. Our opponent takes so much damage off of that, like when they start playing Infused Frozen Touches. Plus, it potentially gets replayed by Tess, but are we going to have time?
I'm getting inspiration. Hear that sizzle?
It's just a minion removal. And I'm going to go face with this guy, and then Contraband Stash. Seems pretty solid. We're going to be healing. This is going to be soaking damage. We've got a lot of damage to go face.
Stay where you are. I have an idea.
We're going to have to make sure that we're not in a position to lose to Mordresh at any point, which could be challenging. Our opponent still has another flurry, and I guess I kind of have to wonder, I don't think this is going to be a version that's going to be playing solid Alibi, but it's potentially something to keep in mind. All the flurries are gone. I think we just take the Krakatoa here. Options are pretty limited. I guess we start with a trade. See what we hit. Sketchy Stranger. And we can just go Krakatoa. I mean, I also still have the option to Shadow Step. Would I ever want to Shadow Step like a Kolak? Or even Shadow Step the Ashara? Again, I feel like I want to hold the Shadow Steps for Astalor this game. It feels like the game is going to be going longer than I would really want it to. I'm going to do this, remove some of the board. This guy goes face for sure. Could also step the crab. But again, I don't think it's necessary. It's good to step stuff in certain situations, but you don't necessarily want to remove a 6-tack minion from your own side of the board. I mean, we're looking to kill our opponent as quickly as possible at this point. They do play solid Alibi, which is tough. So now the concern is, how many solid Alibis are they going to get? Like if they have Savara in hand. We have the Tess here. I almost want to hold the Tess. Because we can get like an additional secret. The objection still hasn't been procced yet. An objection is actually protection from Mordresh, I think in a lot of cases as well here. I'm going to start off with the Jackpot. We're going to see how lucky we are. These are bad. I don't want to play this because it takes up board space, and I don't want to remove my own board, so probably never play those the entire rest of the game. Counterspell is just like really obvious here, I think. So we have a counterspell and an objection, and those effects are going to be repeated. Just going to take the damage while I can with the minions, and I'm going to hold the weapon swing here. Deals 4. They're likely also going to be playing the Reckless Apprentice as well. So we counterspelled their Infused Frozen Touch. That's really good for us. Their hero power is just getting so big. And despite the board we've been able to make, we haven't been able to do a lot of damage to our opponent.
I've heard of it.
I feel like this is just going to be a really straightforward test here. I can Potion Belt to see what we get, likely wanting, I think, damage. To deal 3 damage. And then just test to get our stuff. It's going to give us our board back, and then we're going to get the 2 secrets back, which seems really important here. I'm going to go ahead and Potion Belt, and I want damage. And I guess the Hazy seems fine. And then I'm going to go ahead and play the Tess. And I think I might actually want to Shadow Step the Tess here. Just having those secrets in play, and then being able to get them in play again guaranteed seems good. I kind of don't like necessarily removing the 6/6 from the board, but it feels like this is going to be the way that we're able to win the game here. And I'm just going to go ahead and shove this damage face. So, I mean, if these secrets are procced, we're going to be able to get the secrets back in play. So again, we're just trying to protect, I mean, plus the other stuff that Tess is going to summon, but we're really just trying to protect our, trying to protect ourselves from our opponent's most powerful plays. Here's the Astalor. I mean, we could even use the second Shadow Step on Astalor, which seems fine. So we're going to go ahead and do this. One more test ought to be enough to win this game. Hopefully the Astalor doesn't die here. Not sniped. So we'll do it again. And we're going to go ahead and play the 5/5 version. And we're going to weapon up and take one more additional damage here. So they've had this card in hand for a long time. It could be a Savara, which means they're going to get back 3 spells. Could be at least 1, if not 2 of the solid alibis. But we have so much health, and then, you know, we can even gain a little bit more. Plus we still have scabs. I think we're going to win this. This is going to clear our board. And we're taking a lot of damage here. Important to keep in mind, they're also taking a 3 damage off of this. So we're likely just going to go ahead and get the test down. Unless we have a lethal here. And they give up, so potentially we could have had a lethal with like Astalor, and you know, maybe if we hit a prep and we have the 3 damage off of the concoction that we made. Things like that. We're going to move on to Evolve Shaman. So Hearthstone kind of selected us to win that game. Again, we're just playing the casino decks. Objection and Counterspell. Just absolutely insane. Plus the ability to be able to replay them. But you can see that that was Ping Mage, and it was holding its own. Like, we kind of high-rolled, I felt like, as a Jackpot rogue, and they weren't ultimately able to win the game, but they were able to kind of hold even with us. Muck Pools is always a keep. Wildpaw Cavern is kind of close, but I think Prescience is always a keep. We're going to keep Pre-Science. And we pick up the weapon on turn 2, so that's nice. We're going to have things to do. Play the location. So turn 2 is equip this and swing. And then I always like to evolve the totem just because we know we're not going to be using this anytime soon. And, you know, we don't necessarily want to end the game. Well, we're playing like true Casino Mage here. We're going to go ahead and take the trade. But there's no reason to not evolve here. And you can see if our opponent can't remove this, we're going to be doing nothing. But they don't know that. We could be buffing minions in hand. And so you see our opponent's actually just going to go ahead and spend their turn removing that. Which is fine. So I'm going to swing again. We're just going to put minions on the board. There's always a lot of value in just having minions on the board with this deck, just because of the Bloodlust. I mean, if we get enough minions in Bloodlust, they lose. And you can see we've got a nice curve here. We're going to draw minions, and then we've got the 5/4s. I mean, potentially we hit some type of high roll with, well, there's the Neptulon, but if we hit like Glug and Shadowhunter Vol'jin off of this guy, that's a little bit awkward with the Null now. Because we can still make the Vol'jin play, but it's a 50-50 whether or not we hit the Null or Neptulon. We might actually still do that next turn anyway, because even if we hit the Null, we can take a trade and evolve, and then we still have, you know, the 3/6 and a 10 drop. Just not necessarily going to be the Neptulon here. And then this goes face, and I kind of like holding the last weapon charge. No reason to swing here. Even if I draw the other weapon, I know for sure I'm not equipping it next turn. Next turn is either going to be, you know, one of potentially 3 plays here. Our opponent likely looking for like some kind of board clear, I would think. Interesting that they didn't take a trade first to see what they might get off of this. If they trade now, they lose these cards at the end of the turn. And they're actually just not trading. It's got to be Blizzard, right? They want to be able to freeze our board. And that was pretty straightforward. And a nice pickup. So we know they have the Blizzard in hand, and if the Blizzard comes down, for sure, it's going to kill the 4/2s off of Neptulon. So we can actually just, like, Goldshire Knoll, trade Evolve, and then we know we're going to be taking the Blizzard next turn. That's going to freeze our board. So I think maybe we even, like, take some trades now. We know our opponent can coin Blizzard next turn, so if we trade into this, they're likely not going to be able to play those 2 arcane spells anyway. We've got a little bit of healing off of this guy. But the Blizzard just kind of wrecks us here anyway. Alright, so I mean, you're going face, face. And I'm going to go ahead and just make these trades with the minion that we have here. And play a totem. Again, just holding the weapon charge. We're expecting coin Blizzard. And then we'll have the option next turn. I mean, we can swing and then get out the Neptulon. We would also have the option of evolving our 10-drop again to try to save it. So we have things we can do here. And actually looks like no Blizzard.
By my calculations, you need
Okay. We see a Dawn Grasp come out. They still have the Blizzard for possibly next turn. So what's the best play to make here? Again, I don't necessarily want to get the Neptulon out because we know what the Blizzard is going to do to us. And we don't have room for the appendages anyway. Could actually just play an Evolve here. These are 2-drops. That's a 1. That's a 1. We might be able to save these guys and get a 10-drop that's going to survive next turn after the Blizzard. So maybe we just go ahead and play the Primordial Wave. So we can go this, Totem, and Wave. That's going to be our best bet, just knowing that they have the Blizzard in hand. And again, I'm going to save the weapon charge. Just in case here. And unfortunately, we hit a Knoll, and we're unable to evolve it again. And I'm just going to keep holding the weapon charge. So likely the Blizzard comes down this turn, and then I'll be able to swing. And again, no Blizzard. That's really interesting. Well, I guess it's 5 mana, so now the Blizzard, they're just going to be able to remove this. It was discounted by the Siphon mana. So not unexpected. We're totally fine here. This is infused now. So we have the option, you know, we can swing and Vol'jin, which is going to be... Well, it's actually not guaranteed because we have the Piranha now. So I think the play is actually just going to be Tiny Toys and Convincing Disguise, and then we'll be able to evolve again with the Muck Pools if we need to. Still hold the weapon charge, I think, here, though. If I wanted to swing, I would want to swing before the evolve. But I'm not sure there's any merit to killing the 1/1, in which case I just hold the... thing. That's actually pretty good. Smite goes face. We got the 6/7. And I can just go ahead and use an evolve here. I'm going to use it on the lowest attack 7-drop that I have, which is the 3/6. And we actually hit the Alakir. So next turn, if Alakir is still there, we've got lethal with the power word Fortitude. Rune of the Archmage coming down. If at some point we draw Bloodlust, just having a wide board is enough to win here. Rune of the Archmage. You gotta love it. I wonder what that is. If it's, I mean, we got Brucon for an extra 6. Ice Barrier. So they rolled pretty well off of the, they rolled pretty well off of the rune. But we should be able to kill him with the hero power from Brucon. Obviously, they're not dead this turn. But we're going to set our opponent to 6. And I guess it's just the 2/3s. And again, just going to hold the weapon charge here. No reason to swing. And you can see we've been able to set up lethal. So if they can't heal, they're just dead. They almost have to like heal and clear the board. Because they're just dead to board. Or they're just dead to hero power. And they're looking for a way to scam. This is true casino, Mage. They're playing the serious business casino. I'm not that brave. I'll play the random decks, but I'm not going that far. Now we're going to play our own version of Casino Mage. At least that's what I like calling it. I don't know. It just... I'm sure that there's more skill than RNG when you're playing these decks, but in my mind, it just feels like Hearthstone determines whether or not you win. I mean, if you make the correct play every single turn, then the game is decided by how good your Evolve is, how good your Rune of the Archmage is, which spell is discounted by Belinda or Barbaric Sorceress, you know, what you create off of Jackpot. We're playing Death Knight here, so we're hoping it's Rainbow Death Knight. Hopefully somebody got baited. If it's Unholy, I think I actually want to keep this entire hand. Ideally, you want a mulligan for like Belinda. This card is insane, especially on the coin, on turn 5, or even Barbaric Sorceress, but I have to assume that this is going to be Unholy Death Knight, so I don't want to throw away like my early game stuff. So this is a very matchup-specific mulligan that I'm taking here. I have to be able to fight for the board early, otherwise I get destroyed. This is actually Frost Death Knight. So the good news is I'm going to be able to remove this guy with the Rusher. We know our opponent is going to be able to freeze the board and deal a lot of damage with Frostworm Fury. I'm going to do that. I'm going to get down the Snow Flurry, and then I think I want to hold the ping until I know for sure my opponent has a weapon equipped, or there's a minion that I want to freeze on the board. Mailbox Dancer. So now I really wish I had like a Barbaric Sorceress. But again, like in this matchup, if the Barbaric Sorceress hits like Frostworm Fury, we only increase the cost of that card by 1. But we do know that they're running a lot of spells here, so this is a pretty straightforward turn. We just take the freeze. I'm going to hold this freeze. If they play like Lady Death Whisper, we want to go ahead and kill it immediately. Because we don't want to allow them time to get additional frost spells that could be copied. This is probably the best turn 4 for us. It's not Thessarian, and it's not Lady Death Whisper. It's not a whole lot of merit to Reckless Apprentice here, I don't think. We could get a second coin in hand, which could be valuable, like a turn 6 Arcane Defenders could be good. We need to protect our health total. Because if they are able to freeze us with Frostworm's Fury, like having these in the way so that they can't just punch us in the face with the 5/5 is good. And we're never going to be able to kill them before turn 7. So I think we're going to start with the trade here. And so now next turn it's definitely going to be coin this guy. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. And I'm going to freeze their 4/4 so that it doesn't get to attack this turn. And then we're going to shove face like that. It's possible that it's correct to make this trade, because again, if Lady Death Whisper... Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Maybe it's better to not miss damage face. We have given our opponent a coin now, though. I mean, ideally this hits like Horn of Winter, and we get these for free next turn. We'll be able to freeze the 4/3. So this is where it's a little bit dangerous, because we can't take damage from all of these minions, in addition to the spells that they're going to have in hand later on. And we might actually discount a rune here as well, but the play is definitely to coin out the Barbaric Sorceress. We want to get our mana cheat going. And like an idiot, I kept the coin. This was a total misplay. I should have played the coin before I did that. So I think I made their Glacial Advance cost 0, which was absolutely awful. So if I lose this game, it's not because of any kind of RNG or Hearthstone kind of thing, it's because I made a really bad play. You never ever hold coin in your hand when you play this card. It was a low roll, but it was totally incorrect for me to have the coin in my hand at that point. So here's what not to do. And in addition, our board is getting cleared, like we're just dying here. We are absolutely dying here. And these health totals are, like, awkward as well. I think it's just a concede at this point, to be honest. Because even like this, we remove that, but we still take that damage plus the spells in hand. I think it's actually just over. This is basically a shame concede. I probably should have conceded with the coin here. So we're going to move on to Jackpot Rogue. That's unfortunate, and I wish I could say that I learned something, but I didn't, because I already knew that you're not supposed to have the coin in hand when you do that. So it's just a total blunder.
Watch your...
Another Warlock? Like I see people keep Serrated Bone Spike. Rogues just have it in their opening hand so much. And I don't think it's correct. There's no way you keep Serrated Bone Spike. Maybe if you're against Unholy Death Knight. But even then, without something in hand... That's unfortunate. Turn 2 might just be play Astalor. This feels like a game where we could get behind really early and just die. The impact of the Null nerf. Recon is actually pretty good here. I mean, dagger up and kill an imp. There's definitely merit to that. But I'm not sure that we go on to win the game from that point, so we're just going to go ahead and play the Reconnaissance. And again, these are all bad. These are playable this turn, so it lets us put something on the board. But they also just die. I don't like any of these options. Maybe it is just the playable, the biggest playable. We have no frost spells. I'm going to take the Shadowed Spirit. Maybe the game goes on long enough that getting more of these from the Contraband Stash and Tess can help us find lethal, but we don't even know exactly what we're up against here. It could be straight Imp Warlock. It could be... could still be Curse, or it could even be Monlock. And there's certainly potential here for our opponent to like just draw a lot of cards off of the imps. Or if a location comes down, it's just absolutely huge. So I think I'm just going to do it like this. Things not looking very good this game, though. And our opponent actually making trades, which is interesting. Maybe it's pure imp and they're trying to infuse the 4-drop. They are. So this could be a matchup where coin scabs might be able to save us. But we might have to coin Krakatoa even before then. We're just taking a lot of damage here. It's damage turn after turn. Maybe Condemn for next turn. I mean, this doesn't do anything. We could remove, like, one single imp. Even the Condemn isn't going to be all that strong. Next turn it only deals 2 damage. But maybe like this combined with the damage from an Astalor. We've got Coin Light Bomb next turn, which could be interesting. I want to save the Light Bomb for either the Reform board or the board that they've buffed with Shady Bartender. So next turn, maybe we go like Condemn, Astalor, and Weapon Swing to remove as much as possible. Into turn 6, Crab. Light Bomb when we need it. And Scabs. I don't know if this deck still runs Denathrius. If it does and they've drawn it early, it could be enough to win them the game. If I coin Crab, they Reform, turn 6 Light Bomb. Turn 7, we kind of don't have a lot to do. Never want to play front lines. We can put Light Bomb in Contraband Stash, but then it's going to be really hard for us to win. We're basically just trying to outlast what our opponent can do. I'm going to make the play like this. Shoot this guy, and then equip and trade into the 2-1. That way we take the least amount of damage possible. Could have Shadow Stepped the Astalor to clear this. That may have actually been a better play. I might have played a little bit too fast right at the end of the turn there. Removing the 3-1 and saving 3 health could have actually been really important here. I feel like we beat everything our opponent does, except if they're able to put together like a big Denathrius. We likely just Crab, even if they don't draw a minion. I think so. Crab and take a Weapon Swing. Based on what we've seen, this is just pure imp lock. They're not running any of the curse cards at all, so I'm going to go ahead and Crab into this. If they, like, Abyssal Wave, then I'm going to be very, very sad. But there's been no signs that this is anything other than just pure imps. I'm very, very sad. So I think at this point, this is just another loss because we're never going to be able to kill our opponent before they kill us. With the hand that we have. I mean, Test does nothing. Scabs isn't really doing a whole lot. I guess we can coin Scabs and then get this out of our hand, but I don't think there's any way that we're ever actually winning this game. Discovers have been bad. We are going to be able to heal a little bit, but it just feels like we're too close to being dead and we're too far from being able to win the game. Yeah, the curses are going to keep coming. Plus, they even heal a little bit off of this. We have to clear that. Yeah, this is just a lost game. We're going to get out of the game. On to the next. And Casino Deck Day not really going too well for me here from a standpoint of being able to win games.
Lady Vash versus Uther.
Paladin, this is likely pure Paladin.
We'll decide this.
Only death is colder than the dead.
Null is a keep. I think Prescience is also a keep, but if there's a chance that we just don't have anything to do in the early game and we get run over. Our hand is heavy, and we know our opponent's going to be playing minions on the board, and we're not drawing anything that's going to help us in the early game. Right now we have no play until turn 4, so we're at the mercy of the top of our deck.
The light grant you peace.
We're still at the mercy of the top of our deck. Playable card would be nice. The good news is, I mean, with Evolve Shaman, things can turn on a dime. We still have nothing to do. Next turn, we likely just get minions in play.
With every step, the light guides you.
Actually looking like some form of control paladin. That means they'll be able to clear our big boards. They have equality, they have city tax, they're going to have Anachronos, they're going to have Cariel. I think all that really matters if this is the matchup, and it is control paladin, is going to be not playing too hard into like an equality clear. So I think I want to prefer the card draw here rather than the Wildpaw Cavern. This also protects our totem. Glug's a nice pickup. So we've got Knolls. It would be nice to potentially top deck like a Convincing Disguise or a Muck Pools. They actually created a True Silver Champion off of the created Blessed Goods. So now we're getting into the true RNG stone. We're going to start with a freeze. And we hit Muck Pools here, so big time rewarded for this play. Order doesn't matter on this turn because we do have 4 mana, but you always want to Null first because that makes it the cheapest. Unfortunately, we can't play both Nulls this turn, plus an Evolve, but we're going to have an additional Null. And I think I do want to go ahead and take this trade, just to get it off the board. I'm likely expecting that this minion is going to die. Might as well remove the 2/2. But if it does die, we kind of high rolled on this Evolve, because it's going to leave us an 8/8. Okay, so, I mean, I think we trade Null and Convincing Disguise, and then that'll still leave us mana to be able to totem. Again, we don't want to play too hard into like an equality clear, though. But we do need stuff on the board, so I think maybe next turn we want to be cautious about like just playing out a Glug. Maybe we actually just Cavern and Hero Power here, remove that Divine Shield, and then see what our opponent does with their mana next turn. Because we might actually need to Primordial Wave, which we could combine with a Null, and then have a backup Evolve just in case. It'd be nice to be able to infuse the Convincing Disguise for the Tiny Toys. Is kind of what I'm thinking here, so I think I'm going to make the play like this. this dies, we still have an 8/8. And then next turn, we have a Null coming down. Maybe we even save the Primordial Wave. I guess I need to make a board that's threatening enough for the opponent to use the equality in the first place. It's kind of casually taking 9. I'm assuming that this card they've had since the start of the game is going to be Cariel.
Gift of the arcane enlightens us.
We do have the infused Convincing Disguise. And we kind of need to fight against this board here. So I'm thinking actually maybe we just go Tiny Toys and Convincing Disguise here. It's going to get us 4 7-drops. We hit Remornia. So we definitely do this. The question is, am I going to swing into the 6/6? I mean, the 6/6... Maybe I just hold on to the weapon and evolve the 2/2. Unlikely that they're running weapon destruction, so the Remornia is safe in my hand, and then next turn we have a weapon swing plus a rush. This is an interesting card, an interesting evolve. Order in the Court, so that should guarantee Cariel for next turn. It's also important to note that we have a Bloodlust here.
They will break upon the sands.
Does that allow us to win the game? So we swing here, Remornia is a rush, we Bloodlust. Yeah, that's just lethal. So it looked like we were on the ropes a little bit. But we found a way to get there, and before the Cariel came down as well. Some potential. This is a game where I feel like you could go back and look at the replay and maybe question some of the plays that were made, because the turn that I went, it was turn 6, and I decided to play the Wild Paw Cavern, I think, or was it turn 7? I remember I made a conscious decision to not like evolve an additional Null, because I was hoping to be able to bait out a equality. It's possible that they don't have the equality, but with 2 copies and the amount of cards that they had drawn, it would make sense that they would have 1. But if you play too hard into... you don't want to play all your threats and then lose every threat that you have to the equality for sure. So maybe that was threatening enough.
Queen Ashara versus
Another Warlock. Warlock seems to be popular at this rank bracket. Or I've hit a pocket of Warlocks. I think I'm going to keep the Snow Flurry. Maybe I even keep Reckless Apprentice. I've been seeing Imp Locks, and Reckless Apprentice is really good against all their 1/1s. Again, I'm talking about a matchup-specific keep here, and if I'm wrong about what the matchup is, then number one, it makes me look bad. That's the first thing. But then number 2, it's also like a wasted card in my opening hand. If this is Monlock, this doesn't do a whole lot. Although sometimes you'll see Fiendish Circle on 3. Gotta keep it. Things need to be tested. Evolve Shaman very strong. Evolve Shaman is strong. My win rate, these are the win rates from today, but if I change it to like this season, Evolve Shaman has an insane win rate for me. Andy, thank you so much. Loving your YouTube content. Keep it up. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm glad to know that people enjoy what I'm doing. This is a pretty straightforward turn. Our opponent has no cards in hand. This is where they impending catastrophe and we just feel bad. But if they don't do it exactly this turn... And it's the curse version. So I think I'm okay with this. Just gonna go ahead and coin the Reckless. This is removes the imps on the board, so it means they don't get to draw from impending, and then it also reduces this to a 1/1. Or it cuts off a lot of the cards that they could draw from the impending. You think it's a good keep? I mean, I don't know. It's so hard to know. That's pretty good for our opponent. And again, it just feels like we're kind of dying here. Belinda is a pretty good pickup. I mean, we know that we'll be able to get cheap spells, but are we even going to be able to play this on turn 6 and not die? Is a different question altogether. We do heal a little bit. The other question is, do I want to trade for an imp? Because again, I'm just kind of worried about the opponent drawing cards off of the imps. Location is better with the imps. So I think the trade is actually to remove an imp here. It also reduces this attack by 1. But I mean, if they play like Fiendish Circle, then this attack gets huge. But they have so few cards in hand.
These books are ruined.
So we're going to heal again with the Evoker and then trade for another imp. But then we're kind of in that situation that I was talking about where we can play Belinda, but we might actually just die. So maybe we have to play the Barbaric Sorceress. There's no guarantee it discounts anything, but it's just a taunt that gets in our opponent's way. Maybe they get confused and overtrade, which could be what's happening here. It just represents a lot of damage, though. So we're just dead if we go Belinda. Our only option is to play the Barbaric Sorceress, and it may not even discount a spell here. So you can see the weakness of this deck is that we just lose in the early game. And we didn't discount anything. And at this point, you know, we have to remove that. So this deck, or at least this version, just isn't strong enough. Because now we're going into turn 7 and we have no good plays and we're dead. Plus we healed for, what, like 19? And we're still just dead?
Next time you'll be different.
Deck not strong enough. So at this point, Big Spell Mage has lost all 3 of the games that I've played today. So what I do when that happens, that deck is a delete. And next up is Jackpot Rogue. So the interesting thing is, if I'm remembering correctly, we may have won 1 game with Jackpot Rogue. We'll find out in just a second when the stats pop up. But I think Evolved Shaman is undefeated. And couldn't win a single game with Big Spell Mage. Yeah, Jackpot Rogue is 1-1. I'll likely add in another deck to our rotation, though. Maybe we have 3 decks to bounce between.
My mission is too important.
Up against another rogue. This could be a miserable mirror match. I don't like mirrors in general, even when the decks are interesting. Interesting choice next turn, too. Do you just recon to try to get a powerful turn 3 play? I think it's always recon over Jackpot, but we're going to want a Jackpot on turn 3, so next turn we go Jackpot Potion Belt into hopefully Giga Scam turn 4. But whatever we discover off the reconnaissance, we know we're not playing it next turn. So we just want to take the best possible card. And these are all bad. I guess this has the most upside. Potentially buffs our board. I feel like my reconnaissance has been really bad every time I played it today. So our opponent can go coin Trickster next turn. Who has the better jackpots? And which one do I play? Do you play the top deck or do you play the one that you drew last turn? I think you play the top deck for the tilt potential. And maybe we do just go ahead and play this instead of Potion Belt. That makes more sense to get a minion on the board, I think. The top deck was trash, man. I should have played this one. That was a misplay. Why'd I play Stranger on 2? You could play Stranger on 2. I found that the Reconnaissance feels like a stronger play to me. Because potentially you hit, say, like the Rat King that you can play on turn 3. Oh gosh, theirs was significantly better than mine. So I need like double destroy minion off of this. But so, based on the cards that we had in our hands, we knew we wanted the Jackpot at some point. Oh baby, prep Jackpot. We knew that we were going to Jackpot at some point, and we wanted to have, to be able to play Trickster with a really strong Jackpot card on turn 4. So if you play the Stranger on 2, and we know we're going to Jackpot, and potentially, you know, do like a Potion Belt or something on turn 3, we maybe never have time to play this secret. At least for several more turns. So, maybe it's just a personal preference thing, or I could be totally wrong about what the best play is, but to me the best play is to play the Reconnaissance over the sketchy Stranger, because it's possible you just totally whiff on this. It's also possible that you just totally whiff on the, Casino Stone. Destroy random minion? Okay. So I kind of have to do this and hope for the best. 8-8? Okay. So we've got this. If we can infuse Clean the Scene, we'll be able to remove the 4-12. But again, I mean, when our opponent replays, I think we've already lost this. When our opponent plays a Contraband Stash or a Tess, their stuff is significantly better than ours. Like, I almost feel like I just concede and then delete this deck as well. In this case, were you not planning on playing the Recon minion anyway? I was planning on playing the Recon minion until I top-decked the Jackpot. When I top-decked the Jackpot with the Trickster in hand, I wanted to make sure I played the Jackpot. Because imagine if I had gotten something good, you know, like my opponent did with the Drake Fire Amulet. Then Trickster, you know, good card on 4 is really, really strong. So, you could be right, it was maybe correct. I don't think I continue this game. We're just so far behind. The Jackpots were bad. We know that they had at least one good Jackpot. So I'm just going to concede and get out of the game. Because at this point, it's just a waste of time. Our opponent thinks it was a mistake to concede there. I don't know why they would think that. So, we're going to remove the Jackpot Rogue. That's toast. And then, I think I'm going to load up the, I'm going to load up the, man, why am I drawing a blank? The Enrage Warrior. So this is the Enrage Warrior list. This is the Eric Jackson Enrage Warrior list. Oh, Wild Pyromancer. That's interesting. So, and this is a weird thing about me, but I always replace the golden cards. Do you guys do that? Or am I just totally crazy? Maybe if I had an entire golden deck, I would leave it, but I usually replace all of my golden cards with just regular cards. Like, I can't stand, I guess, the half and half. 1 frothing, 2 imbued axes. I actually like the diamond Olgra, though, and I don't have a choice on Rakara. I opened it golden, I think, one time, and it's just the only version I have. So, Eric Jackson in Rage. And Eric, if you want me to change the name of that deck, I'm happy to change it. I'll give you credit if you want it. Oh my gosh, I did something stupid. What did I do, Eric? I accidentally deleted 2 cards while I was trying to play replace the golden version. I'm assuming there's 2 weapons experts. One frothing. No, it's only 1 weapons expert. 2 Light of the Phoenix. Oof, man. Let's see. We got Galvangar, Olga Rakara, Sanguine, Sun Fury, Anima Extractor ×2. Oh, it's the Armor Smiths. Looks like you had some Armor Smiths in here. Alright, I think I got it. Let's see how we do. Man, this kind of makes my, kind of ruins my stream title, though, because this isn't a casino deck. Another Warlock, man. I'm seeing so many Warlocks.
Let's have some fun.
Let your penance begin.
So we keep the Depths. And I think we keep the Weapons Expert too, right? It's interesting that the only 1-drop is Sun Fury Champion. Almost seems like you would want to run additional 1-drops with this. So at this point, I think we just curve out 1, 2, 3. And then likely equip the weapon on 4. Oh, Anima Extractor is a nice pickup. So we play this on 2, and then we can hit it. Although there could be some merit if our opponent just plays the 2 1/1s. There could be some merit to maybe killing one, but we're just going to make the play like this. Hitting the Berserker is nice too. Big Berserker could easily win the game. And it looks like, so this is going to be Mine Warlock. And they just spent a lot of resources. We play the 4/6. We also drew an Imbued Axe. So we're going to punch our opponent in the face. This is nice and beefy at 6 health as well. They almost need like double, what is it, Drain Soul, the deal 3, to be able to kill this. They also threw away a mine. I wonder if that means they have second mine. I mean, this is a straightforward turn, right? We do this and weapon. Like, we don't spend all of our mana, but that turn is significantly stronger than like double this, right?
Scream for me.
Now they have to deal with an 8/7. Just made your day? Well, good. Oh man, I forgot about the Knoll. Oof. Plate of Pain. I think we want to hold this, because we could potentially combo it.
Not for my forge.
So I'm going to put out the biggest minions that we have, and then we're going to swing face again. It doesn't matter that it doesn't buff minions on the board. We've got 3 charges, and we're on the clock to be able to kill our opponent. Samson clears the board. It's unfortunate. It looks like our opponent just has an answer for everything that we do. They're also really healthy here. So I think we want to start by drawing cards off of this guy.
Let the pain speak to me.
Second Acolyte. Maybe we just play it. Just to draw even more cards. Could draw 2 off of this, but this puts a body on the board as well. And then we have this as a combo next turn. If both of these survive, we can potentially draw 2 cards off of it. I think I like that the best. We don't have enough pressure on the board here, though. Our opponent could easily just play the weapon, the Mithril Rod. Yeah. So, typically from what I've seen with this deck, Mon Warlock, your opponent kills you 2 turns after they equip the weapon. So they're looking at killing us on turn 8. Potentially they can kill us next turn, depending on what they have and the discounts and whatnot. Olgra is an interesting pickup. And we also have this, so if I play this, we draw more cards, this guy dies, but we have more and bigger minions. I think these take damage, and we have the weapon swing. Plus I can put out the champion. I mean, it's likely that our board gets cleared by explosive sheep anyway, but I don't think we can afford to play around it. So we do this first and then this. Because I don't want everything taking multiple damage, I think.
I have little time.
Now we'll just go ahead and put out this guy. Make sure we swing first in order to buff our minions, and then take the damage that we can get. So if they have like explosive sheep and a shallow grave, these guys survive. We have another imbued axe. I don't know. It's possible that we're dead. This was always going to happen. I don't think you can... We never win if we play around this. We just have to hope that maybe their sheep are in the bottom. Now, that's actually a board clear.
Thank you for your service.
But we're drawing additional cards as well here. So no discounts yet. They should be killing us. So if we Rakara, they also can't... we just go wide here. The play is to go wide. Because if we play Rakara now, we have 5. And the next turn we have 7. That sets our opponent to 3. And Olgra's lethal, so we actually just Rakara here. Rakara, swing. And then next turn we have swing, this, and Olgra for lethal. Other play would be to go wide and just hope we're not dead, but Rakara actually changes some breakpoints here.
How to decide?
Like, they have to have more stuff to be able to kill us if we go to 37. It's also possible that they can heal. and that we don't actually have lethal, but this is some form of a lethal setup.
Side effects. Side effects.
And actually, so these die, they go to 18, but we have double this with a Whirling Combatant. It might actually be a big assumption that these die, because they've already played both sheep. So maybe they have, and they played both touches. They have Drain Souls. And they've discounted their hand. We're actually maybe just dead here. Only 7 cards left. Shallow Grave. Okay. Also heals us, which helps a little bit. So we're not dead. We do need to clear this board, though. But Whirling Combatant and Ping this actually heals us a little bit as well. That's unfortunate.
I'm almost out of cards.
Played against you a couple of days ago. You were playing Shadow Priest, and I was Frost DK. It was cool. Hey. Nice. Yeah, I remember playing Shadow Priest. I don't think I did very well with that list, though. But I'm glad you found me. Hope you're enjoying Hearthstone at the moment. Me, not so much. Man, this... So they take, what, 1? We should just be dead unless our opponent messes up the combo. I need to clear as many minions as possible, I think. Try to make it as hard as possible, but... They can't trade anymore. They for sure have a Wicked Shipment. Alright, I'm going to do it like this. We need to make it as hard as possible for our opponent to be able to kill us. So it really doesn't come down to whether or not we can kill them, it's whether or not they have lethal that they can figure out. So we're at, after their minion attacks, we're at 39. So that means they need 10 bombs. But I mean, they still have Devourer of Souls, they have Tamsin, they have Phylactery. Max damage with that Warlock deck is 160. So we should just be dead here.
Haven't heard of me.
Discounted Phylactery.
Shuffle off. Thank you for your service.
Wait, so they don't have it? It looks like they don't have it. Wow. That's crazy. So, not to be like mean or anything, but our opponent definitely misplayed somewhere. There's no way that they didn't have lethal at some point in that game. They drew their entire deck. That's pretty crazy. Unfortunate for them. I mean, it's possible that they just didn't draw the cards in the right order, but they discounted a really big hand twice, and they drew every card in their deck. They should have had it. Be nice to know what their hand actually was. Alright, I'm going to keep going here, but I do need to take a quick break. I'm actually going to run to the restroom. And I know this is always a place where people leave, because, you know, when there's no action on the screen, it's kind of boring. My friends list is nobody playing right now, so we can't even spectate. So I'm going to run to the restroom. If you're going to take off, thank you so much for watching. I will be back in just like 1, maybe 2 minutes. We're going to play some more games. And, yep. Thank you, thank you. We're back. Evolve Shaman. Should have gone wide, but doing great. Yeah. So you think going wide was the better play? I don't know. I was afraid that the extra armor from Rokara would maybe be the only thing that saved me if they had the combo. I guess there's no way to know without seeing the opponent's hand. I'll keep that in mind, though. Is your camera frozen? Yeah, I've got the camera turned off today, man. You know, live streaming is so weird. Having the camera off is like very freeing. We're keeping the schooling here. Ooh, against Death Knight. Having the camera turned off is just very, very freeing. It's kind of weird. Like, I feel like I could sneak away and you guys would never know. I've noticed, like, when you have the... I think most people prefer the camera being on. And so with the camera off, you know, some people are going to look at the stream and they're just not going to watch it. Easy schooling here. I kind of lost my train of thought. But yeah, I know a lot of people like the face cam. But then I could like run to the kitchen, grab a bottle of water and get back. And people may not notice. Because when the camera's on, as soon as you step away, people start, leaving. They go find something else to do, somebody else to watch. Go watch a video, you know. Whatever that might look like in that particular moment for them. I'm going to schooling again, and I want to remove this peasant. Make sure we're not going to do something silly here. We want to try to limit our opponent's ability to draw cards here. And then we're going to pass it back to him. And if they play like a Battlefield Necromancer, we can actually 3 Piranhas, and we'll remove the 1-3 and the 2-3. We're not going to be able to remove this 1-2, but we can remove both of these guys with just these 3 Piranha. And then likely turn 4 is just going to be a Prescience. We also want to get Piranhas out of our hand, just because with the Prescience, if we hit a Vol'jin and a Neptulon, then we would want to be able to guarantee that the Neptulon, or the Glug for that matter, would come out of our hand. They had a second one. I don't necessarily mind this being on the board. I mean, it is kind of an issue. But our opponent also is spending their corpses, so we know that they're not going to be able to get the big graveyard strength. And we pick up a Null. So next turn we could potentially go like Null Convincing Disguise. It's kind of a shame to use an infused one, but the big 10 drop might be what wins us this game. I don't know that we can necessarily wait until turn 7 to Convincing Disguise Tiny Toys in this particular matchup. We're going to be dead long before then. So you see our opponent's board is insane here. We're going to have to play a Null and evolve it. We can also probably start with the Wind Chill to draw a card on the highest attack minion to try to save health. But it's kind of coming to a point where we got to do something good or we're just going to be dead. And we actually had a pretty good start this game. Do I ever want to evolve into a 2-drop? I kind of think I do. Like, these 2 guys aren't doing a whole lot anyway. It does make the Null next turn 1 mana more expensive, but it should be fine. So our opponent has to kill us this turn, or we start healing with the Denathrius. Or they can create Asphyxiate, and our Denathrius dies, and then we're super sad because their RNG is equal to ours. And that's exactly what they did. So I think this game is just lost now at this point. I don't think there's anything we do that saves us here. If we had Glug, maybe, but it's just too much damage. We're dead. We died to a random Asphyxiate, but to be fair, we were only going to be alive because of a random Denathrius. So we'll try this Enrage Warrior again. 100% win rate with Enrage Warrior. Man, that's sad. Out of all the spells, I wonder how many spells there are. 3 mana or less. Probably not that many in Death Knight, right? So it's a pretty high chance that they hit the Asphyxiate. But if they don't hit it, we just win. Oh, a Demon Hunter. Nice. 50-50 according to Vicious Syndicate, but I think it's hard for a Shaman to deal with that board. The thing is, our start was pretty good that game. We had both schoolings. But they also drew both Battlefield Necromancers. So the last 2 Piranha, we didn't get a whole lot of value out of, or no value out of. I think our opponent's not going to be doing a whole lot, assuming they're relics. I think we want other stuff. Eric, were you saying you keep the Whirling Combatant? Pretty sure we saved the coin here. Turn 2. So I'm thinking they're likely going to summon minions, Relic of Phantasms. In which case we can coin this guy. Oh, they're not doing anything. They're playing Nerubian Vizier in a Demon Hunter deck, so now I have no clue what we're facing. I think we go coin this and this guy, and that like mega juices a minion in our hand, right? We play the coin first because we don't want damage going off twice. And then push face. So now our opponent is going to give us even more big minions. And we also had the Blazing Power. Oh yeah, so they're just going to trade once. So we can go like Armor Smith and Blazing Power on the Anima Extractor. Alright, so let's think about this. If we Blazing Power on this guy, then we lose the Pyromancer. If we Whirling Combatant, we lose most of our board. So we actually want to buff the Pyromancer. So we go Armor Smith and then buff the Pyromancer. Or are we okay losing this in order to keep the Anima Extractor? I think we buff the Pyromancer. We want to keep it because we still have other spells that are in our hand as well. So I'm going to do it like this. And then the 8-5 goes face, and I think I'm actually going to take this trade here. We've gotten a ton of value out of that Anima Extractor, but it potentially keeps our Pyromancer safe for another turn. These are huge. So we can even go like Berserker, Embers of Strength. I don't think... Okay, so, I mean, they clear the board here. They created a flanking maneuver, so that was a good pick by them. But I think we just go Berserker and Embers of Strength. So every time these take damage, this guy gets bigger. And then next turn we've got a 7/10 Whirling Combatant that's going to be coming down. This play is potentially really weak because the discounts aren't very big. Don't you want to attack with the 1/1 first? If I missed an attack with the 1/1, then yes, that was a misplay, and I should have attacked with the 1/1 first. I could have like punched face before I made that play. So the Whirling Combatant is going to make this guy even bigger. There's no question this is the play. And then just hero power. And of course the damage goes face. You never, ever, ever trade like this unless, like, you're about to die or something. That'd be the worst trade in the world. So Captain Galvangar feels a little bit weird in this deck because of how hard it is to activate without, like, Frozen Buckler or something. We had a pretty good turn where we got a lot of buffs off of the Armor Smith, and it's still not active yet. This could potentially do some things because the discounts are huge. Everything should be playable. It's just a question of whether or not, I guess, they can remove the Frother. They should be out of healing except for the hero card. Alright, so we lost our board again, and now our opponent is going to start putting on the pressure, so this is getting really tough. There's no way I make it to turn 9, right? That's 12. I weapons expert and equip the weapon.
Is that inevitable?
And hero power. Oh, I can't hero power. I guess I have to hero power though. I need this active. If I can make it to turn 9, then I can win the game like that. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think we're just losing this game. So yeah, Galvangar definitely is maybe replaceable in this deck. If you draw Rokara, he's just like basically instantly active, but without that, it just feels really unlikely that you're going to be able to have him ready. We're likely just dead here. I mean, if I go, I can go hero power and Galvangar and make a trade, but we just never win. Next turn, our opponent's going to heal for 5 off of the Astalor. I think this game is lost. Is there anything we can draw? I don't think so. No outs. No, there's just nothing.
That shall do.
I wonder how, Eric, have you compared this list to... I don't know if you've had a chance to look up the Wu Ling list or the Vicious Syndicate list just to see what the differences are. I think a lot of the cards are the same, but if you cut Galvangar, you could probably cut both of the Armor Smiths and maybe run like additional 1-drops. Because it feels like that deck would do really well if you can get several minions on the board and then play the weapon on either turn 3 or turn 4 to start buffing them. Man, I hope this isn't some kind of control priest. If it is, maybe you just concede.
I see you've got guests.
Concede for the peace of mind. if I was actually good at Evolve Shaman, I would also have a Muck Pools and a Knoll in hand, so that I could evolve on turn 2. Okay. This isn't as bad. Oh, it is Renathal, though. Oof. I guess I just go ahead and play the Piranhas into, like, Coin Prescience into Wildpaw Cavern. Other option would be just to equip this and then kill that over 2 turns, but I don't really want this thing doing 9 damage to me either. Priest doesn't have a lot of lethality, but I still don't like the idea of just taking 9 damage to get the weapon equipped. Thanks for playing it anyway. Yeah, I mean, it's also possible I'm just not playing it well. I'm going to coin the Prescience. 2 minions on the board versus 1, and it's card draw as well. So next turn, we've got a Knoll, and potentially we could hit a way to evolve this Knoll. Could even hold the Knoll for like turn 5. If we only play 1 card next turn, we can go Knoll Primordial Wave. I think Wildpaw Cavern just makes a lot of sense here. Take the damage face. If we ever have a wide board, we already have Bloodlust in hand. So potentially we can just kill our opponent. Pull what you want, it won't hurt my feelings.
Light cannot exist.
That was an interesting use of Desperate Prayer. That feels like a waste. It's a 0 mana card. I'm assuming they run Xyrella, so why would you play that here? Like, I'm never killing you from 29 with 3 minions on board on turn 5. So we actually did hit a way to evolve the Knoll. But I can't take a trade here. So I go 2, 3, 4. So we definitely get down the Knoll. I want to play a Piranha. May have actually been better to not play the Piranha and just Primordial Wave to get rid of, like, this card draw. That was probably a misplay. And by probably, I think I mean that was a misplay. I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. So 3, 4, 5. Oof. Yeah, this was a very poorly played turn, I think. Yeah, we're just going to protect our Knoll here. Try to protect our drop since we don't know what it's going to be. I mean, it's easy for Priest has so much removal. They just drew a Holy and a Shadow spell. I've got the Light It Burns. They could Holy Nova. A lot of different ways, so we don't ever expect this minion to actually survive. Next game, pull the Captain Armorsmiths and tweak the deck. We're going to start with drawing a card this turn, I think, but it might even just be, like, trade and then Primordial Wave, just to kind of refresh our 10-10. We hit a Carving Chisel. So I think I like the Primordial Wave line here. To spend our mana. Gonna swing like this, and then Primordial Wave. It's gonna refresh our 10-10, hopefully help it to not die. I mean, our 10-10, our 10 mana. So we just evolved Deathwing into Deathwing. There's the Light It Burns, so our Deathwing is dead. And then we see this come out. I think I want to hold the Tiny Toys until we can evolve them. I kind of like the Mon, I think. I'm considering Primordial Wave here, though, is the thing. Just to get rid of this, so that they're not getting it back and healing multiple times. The other thing to consider is also their Colossal, the Behemoth. This will be the last time we'll be able to change the minions on their side of the board. If we go wide and they can't answer it, we just win with Bloodlust, though. Is it worth it? I mean, I can evolve one of these into a 6-drop. And then it's up to our opponent to have to deal with the board like that. I think I like the devolve here, though. Change this guy into a 5-drop. We hit the Rat King. They're going to draw a card here. This is actually not enough damage to be able to kill our opponent. We didn't even low roll. Like, these are all, I think, pretty standard statted minions. Anyone else a little underwhelmed with the mini set card so far? I haven't, because I've been streaming, the only ones that I looked at were the ones from the official announcement, which were, I think, the 3 Death Knight cards. So, I don't know if there's been additional cards revealed. I mean, they weren't great. Oof, man. He's going to hit something really good, no matter what I do. That's exactly why I don't like playing Priest. This is like a clown fiesta. Like, even if I win, I don't feel like I've spent my time well. I guess I glug and just give up on the Neptulon Dream. And I'm just going to go ahead and swing. We don't actually get the minion here, but it doesn't matter. Playing against Priest is just miserable. A new 4 Horsemen card, 6/6 Death Rattle. It puts the other 3 Horsemen in your deck. If all 4 die, there's a Death Rattle to destroy your opponent. So that's what they meant. There was a line in their announcement about a new way to win the game. That's a combo card it's a combo that sounds like it's going to be hard to pull off. This is miserable. I'm just going to concede.
You are victorious.
I should have conceded when I saw my opponent was Priest. Looks slow. Yeah, if you can't survive long enough to beat the Unholy Death Knight, then it's probably not going to do all that well. I think I'm actually going to check out this the Wu Ling list from Twitter for Enraged Shaman. Yeah, Wu Ling HS. I think he tweeted earlier today. Yeah, updated Enraged list. Looks like I see Rokara in there. Just going to bring this list over. Well, I thought I was. So yeah, you can see this version of the list is running additional 1-drops. So 6 1-drops. Astalor is in the deck. Taskmasters. Also Rokara and Okani. And Nelly. So let's see what the difference is. See what the difference is in the way the decks play out. So this list, it was tweeted out by Wu Ling HS on Twitter. At Wu Ling HS, if you want to check that out. I know they've played a lot of Enraged Warrior, I think, for a couple of months. Or at least for a little while. This is the aggro version. Vulnerable to transform effects and silence on the last card. Yeah, that's true. Silence isn't very common, though. He said location would only go into a token deck, but I think the location could be nice in Blood DK. You get a 4 or 5 for hero powering every other turn. Yeah, I think Blood DK was the first thing that I thought of as well. I don't think you keep the Crazed Wretch here. These seem fine, though. Into Axe, so we go 1, 2, 3. A lot to be said for an Anima Extractor, though. Play this on 2, this on 3, and then Weapon on 4, but the weapon being 3 mana is awkward. It feels like you want to equip it on turn 3, but it doesn't make sense in a lot of cases. Plus we drew second weapon, which again is just awkward. I guess the second one is going to be infused. You like yours because it's more of a tempo version? Yeah, I can see that. They always have serrated Bone Spike in hand. I mentioned that earlier. I don't know if it's being kept or what's going on, but that just seems wild. So now this is infused and I have no minions to be able to combo with it. I think you still just equip and trade here. Next turn we can go Envoy this guy. And then we'll be able to start buffing the Envoy. I'm fully aware that this could be objection, but I'm not playing around it. It was randomly created. They got 1 mage secret out of 7. So if it's objection, it is what it is. And we can see that it's actually not. Could be Ice Barrier, but if it is, we're going to have to proc it anyway. So now we see Counterspell, Oasis Ally, or Vengeful Visage. If it's Counterspell, our opponent is may have been better off taking a secret from a different class. I could see it being Oasis Ally, though. It's pretty straightforward, just going to Whirling Combatant. If it's Oasis Ally, I think I still want to kill this because I don't want him to Shadow Step it, or do I care? The game's not going long enough for that to make a difference anyway, and I would rather not have minions frozen by Oasis Ally. So I'm just going to do this. Opponent's almost dead, just like this. Ever notice no one runs Kazakus Golem Shaper? Yeah, I guess it's just not good enough anymore. Opponent created Mass Polymorph. And they run Putricide, which is interesting as well. Pretty sure I'm just pushing damage here. Question is, do I want to infuse this? How much does it matter? I mean, if I make a trade, I'm giving him 2 potions and missing a damage. I don't think I'm trading here. The infuse on this just doesn't matter. I'm going to hold the Wretch and just push damage face. Rakara's potentially lethal, depending on what else happens on the board here. Assuming it can survive all the minion hits in case it goes face last. If that was Vengeful Visage, the 10-5 would have hurt. Yeah, that's true. But I feel like they hit me in the face for 10, but they likely have to take a trade. So if it is Oasis Ally, then potentially Rokara procs Oasis Ally and then hits the Oasis Ally and maybe dies without going face? Is that ever a thing? Surely not, right? Surely not. Yeah, it looks like we won because I can't attack. Oh, baby. Well, I guess Rikara was buffed once, so it wouldn't have died to an Oasis ally anyway, but if Rikara gets frozen, does the effect stop? I'm not sure I've ever seen that interaction. I kind of think it doesn't. Just like the Demon Hunter minion, the Illidari Inquisitor, if it's frozen, it'll still attack when you attack with your hero.
Versus Tamsin.
Well, that's unfortunate.
My elements are frightful.
Yeah, Muck Pools and Prescience are a keep. Another Warlock, man. I think Warlock is my most played against class today. Which is pretty wild when you think about it. I'd rather have the Piranhas in hand than to just play the Muck Pools here. I would have expected more Death Knights. I don't think I ever just want to start throwing the Piranhas on the board. So we'll just go ahead and get the location down. I do want to get these out of my hand though, because if I draw like either a Glug or a Neptulon, I would want to be able to get that switch. And then I just want to remove these imps anyway, so this feels like a pretty straightforward turn. I'm going to have to trade here, but it's fine. Not sure what version I'm facing. Only one Warlock I've played today has been playing Monlock, so it's got to be one of the Imp locks would be my guess. This card is running all three of the different decks though, so now we know for sure that it's some kind of Imps. And a little bit unfortunate that we hit a null here. I would have preferred Glug and Neptulon, so then next turn, potentially, I could just get down the Vol'jin. It looks like instead here, though... Alright, so this is actually an interesting turn. One of the few times you run into an interesting turn. I can go null, make a trade, and evolve it. And... like freeze one of the minions. Or I can just go Command of Neptulon and take 2 trades into like 3/3s and then still have 5/1s on the board. I have an infused Convincing Disguise, so if... I guess they would trade for both of them. Maybe it's better to just go ahead and get the Goldshire Null out of my hand and evolve it. Because I'd still have this for next turn, it lets me freeze a minion, and I have a big boy on the board, and then I still have the Convincing Disguise, so next turn I could go Command of Neptulon with Convincing Disguise after the trades. I think that makes sense. I'm going to make a trade like this, I think. So we're going to do that, we're going to do that, and then we're going to evolve and hope for the best. We hit a 10-10. So that's pretty good. I mean, we didn't hit another null, which would have been bad. So now next turn we've got Command of Neptulon, trades, and Convincing Disguise. Which is kind of taking a chance with our 10-10 here, but it should be fine. This 10 goes face again. Doesn't really matter what our opponent does. I don't think we're ever trading a 10-10. We've got Glug for next turn, which is good. Even if they're running the curse version, Abyssal Wave isn't going to clear the Glug itself. Maybe we do have to take a trade on this 8/8. It's sad, but I think it's correct, unfortunately. And we're just going to go ahead and make the play like this. Oh my gosh. Yeah. For the second time today, we actually just healed our minion. I think the last game of Evolved Shaman we played, we evolved a 2 health Deathwing into a full health Deathwing, and the same thing with the Jailer. This is a pretty good board. We've got Glug next turn, it's hard to remove. I feel like we're ahead this game. Not sure there's anything our opponent does that removes this entire board. Still don't know if they're running curses or not, but it shouldn't really matter at this point. Bloodlust off the top is lethal. And then with no Bloodlust, we actually can't play Glug because of the overload here, which is unfortunate. So we can, however, make a Vol'jin play. Which I think is exactly what we do here. I want to remove one of these minions anyway, I think. Just because I want to be able to get all of the 2/2 taunts, or does it even matter? Maybe it doesn't matter. Because I could equip this swing, and then Vol'jin the totem. I mean, that's a 4/2 anyway, but it still has more health. I go boom, swing, Vol'jin, just to be able to get out the Glug. And then I can evolve the 4/2. I think it's fine. I would rather have the minions I have on the board with more attack than to have an extra 2/2. You hit the Neptulon, it's fine. I actually wanted the Glug because I think it would be harder to remove. They actually have it. So I guess it's good that they actually didn't hit the Glug there. So we're taking 5. I think I just have to Glug. I mean, I can't play these. I mean, if we're dead, we're just dead. We never win if we play both of these guys. So this is just what we do. And hope for the best. They had to have exactly Lady Darkvein on that turn. And we top deck the lethal. Justice, baby. I'm the Hearthstone player for justice. So here's the real question. Is that lucky? Is top decking Bloodlust lucky? Or is my opponent lucky because they had Lady Darkvein? Or is it all just evened out? Was that just an even, normal game of Hearthstone? What do you think? Justice. Hit him with the Justice Crash. Oh, finally a Death Knight. So, according to Vicious Syndicate, this is a tough matchup.
Let your penance begin.
I think we keep the Rakara. We can coin this out on 2. Maybe it's good. Trog on 1 is certainly good. I think we play Trog over location. They also have a Trog? I mean, if we play this, then next turn we can buff it to be able to trade into the Trog. That's better than just playing our own Trog. They're not going to play a spell anyway, so it's not like we're going to be able to get copies of Trogs. If they were going to play a spell, it would be Plague Strike and it wouldn't matter. So yeah, this seems fine, but unfortunately, you can see we're already behind, and all of my plays are just bad. So I'm doing this just because if our opponent hero powers, then we take that, that's fine. If they want to trade, then at least it'll kill what they're trading. Yeah, that's fine. So we're going to go Rakara, and the more dangerous minion is actually going to be this arms dealer here. So we're going to get rid of that. Hopefully no second Plague Strike here. That's a little bit tough, not gonna lie. So I mean, we just play the Whirling Combatant, and then that's gonna clear the board over a couple of turns. Do we ever just use the location to remove a minion? I almost think we do. We don't want to be taking damage, for sure. I think I just want to get some power off the board. Even though this would clear it next turn anyway, maybe now the combatant survives a turn, and then next turn I can draw and equip the weapon with the coin and buff it.
They need our care. Now more than ever.
It's a really good card. So the good news is, I mean, we're still going to be able to kill this.
Not for my forge. Scream for me.
And by doing it like this, the Whirling Combatant also survives. So they've got a trade here. That's going to summon a 1/1. We've got the weapon equipped. This guy's mana thirsted next turn. The location is back online. So we should be able to remove what they're doing. So the concern in this game is going to be Lord Marrowgar. If they have Lord Marrowgar, we're going to lose to it. If they don't have it, we're actually in a decent position, I think.
Me have bad for you.
They've only drawn 11 cards. So we're definitely doing this. We're definitely doing this. And then buff this guy, I guess? Just because he can attack, or make it so that this one can attack. He's going to get charge. We buff you. I'm going to remove this minion. It's important to keep the minions removed here. And I think I just want to make trades, to be honest. Can I set up lethal? If I go face for 12, they're at 18. Next turn would be 12, 14, 16. Yeah. This potentially sets up lethal. And it's the turn before Lord Marrowgar. I could have made those trades, but then it's guaranteed that I wouldn't be able to kill him. The top deck, plus the Grave Strength, ends up being pretty good for him here, though. So our opponent trades and we lose everything.
Burn away the blight.
So I think we just lose this now. That was still the play. We had to try to set up lethal. We just weren't going to beat those cards. If we make the trades, I'm not sure that it puts us in a better position. If they don't have Marrowgar, then maybe. But you can see they have the Marrowgar, and so we just lose on the spot anyway. So, had to make the choice of set up lethal, or just try to make the game longer, and making the game longer wasn't actually going to win that game, unfortunately. Unholy Death Knight, man. Oof.
Lady Vash versus Arana.
I am determined to win this.
Only
That's how that goes. Yeah, that's right, Eric.
the depths.
Versus Demon Hunter. I'm going to keep the Wild Paw Cavern. We've got the coin, and this is a class that likes to attack a lot. I could potentially coin it out. If I draw Schooling, we get the turn 2 Goldshire Knoll Evolve, which maybe just wins the game. I don't know how many games I have on this, and I haven't been able to do it yet. We hit a 1-drop, but it's the wrong 1-drop. We just play the Muck Pools. And then, as I've said, I like this Evolve because we know we're not going to be getting the Knoll down next turn. It just puts some power on the board. Add a random spell from your class. And I think I just need to go ahead and coin out the Wild Paw Cavern. I mean, it kind of hurts because we do have the Knoll in hand. I'm going to make the trade first just to see what spell we get. So if I play this, it clears the board, but then I don't have a turn next turn. If I don't play it now, I never play it. I think it's more important to get the Wild Paw Cavern down. And then, of course, we're going to make a trade like this as well. It's unfortunate we've had the Knoll in our hands, but the game just hasn't worked out in a way that playing the Knoll and getting the Evolve has going to work out for us. I mean, we can't just do nothing. Doing nothing feels like a really good way to lose. And our opponent has a really good answer here, unfortunately. So now, at this point, am I willing to skip my turn 5 to clear this board? What are they doing on turn 5? Likely they're saving this.
Such choices.
I don't think I can skip my turn 5, because if they have the second copy of Relic of Phantasms and then use the location, the board is overwhelming, so then even something like a top deck of Command of Neptulon doesn't do anything. So I just have to Farsight and hope for the best. I mean, that's pretty equivalent to doing nothing this turn, but I just don't have any options. Okay. So next turn, I'm going to be able to Knoll and Evolve. That's almost infused, which is going to give us a turn 7. Could play 1 Piranha and take a trade, but I don't think it's that important. So next turn we've got Null, Trade, Evolve, and hope for the best. And it looks like our minion is actually going to be going down. So we've got Null, Trade, and this is what I was afraid of. I mean, it feels like we almost just lose to this without something really good off of the Null.
More bones to gnaw.
We can play the second Null just to remove something. I think we take a look and see what we get first off of this. Vanilla 10-10. That's a lot of damage. They could have Hero card here as well. Deal 3. It's not good enough. I'm gonna do the trades like this. So the taunt may actually help us out quite a bit here. By removing the 2-2, it means they can't... They might have to trade all of these if they feel like they need to kill the 10-10. If I'm the Demon Hunter, I'm shoving all this damage face and trying to set up lethal as quickly as possible. So we've got an Infused Disguise with Tiny Toys, but it's going to be one more turn before we can use it. I don't know that we can wait that long. Like, we might have to go Null and then just Convincing Disguise on this. Eric, thank you so much. Thanks again for trying out my deck. Yeah, absolutely, man. I might have to actually play it some more. I know I didn't play it very much, and I was probably playing it incorrectly as well, so I might experiment with it a little bit more and see. But thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, our opponent's just setting up lethal here. This would have been better as like a Denathrius. Or something with Rush. I don't think there's anything that actually saves us here, right?
More bones to gnaw.
I mean, we're at 4. It's really, really unlikely that something saves us here. I mean, if I go trade, and then this... We're technically not dead.
Such choices.
Bear witness.
Or, I mean, I can leave this up on the board, though. No, I can't. Alright, well, we're technically not dead. But we're overloaded back down to 5 mana, which means we still don't have a Tiny Toys Convincing Disguise. The Warlock 7-drop, that new legendary that deals 6 to the hero with Lifesteal, would be a way for us to heal and get back in it. But it's likely that we just die. I mean, there's so many things that we're just dead to. We're dead to Fury, we're dead to, maybe not Mark of Scorn, depending on what else they have in their hand. We're dead to the second Warband. We're dead to the hero card, Chaos Strike. I mean, there's just too many different things that we're actually just dead to. Yeah, second Mark of Scorn. It's a bit unfortunate there. Yeah, that was just a beatdown. It's interesting, I haven't seen any other Demon Hunters running Sinful Brand since the nerf. I guess it could still be good. It was only a 1-mana nerf. It still does the same amount of damage. It's just more expensive. Oh my gosh, we're playing a rogue with the name Chance, which is also almost Chance. I'm gonna keep these guys. So we got a little bit of a curve here, which is nice. I'm gonna go ahead and get the Trog down. It's possible they have a weapon here. If they don't have... If they can't clear this... Yeah, they clear it. I was gonna say, if they don't have a way to be able to clear it, do you just coin Rokara to start buffing the Trog? I think it's definitely a Rokara here. Yeah, I think we Rokara, but we're not actually going to run the Rokara into this. The only shadow spell that they run is Shadow Step, which is already 0 cost, so I don't think that makes a difference. They couldn't remove a 3 health minion before. It's possible they can't remove the Rokara. If they can't remove it, that's like really good for us. Like maybe we even just buff the attack on it and punch. They always have Serrated Bone Spike early in the game. It's actually wild.
Were you followed?
So I can remove this without giving him another concoction, which seems like the right thing to do, I guess. I can even go Sanguine Depths, ping, trade, and then coin out the Okani, try to slow him down. And I guess block a spell. Make sure I do this first so that they don't get the opportunity to get another concoction. And I'm just going to go ahead and coin out the Okani. Again, just trying to slow him down here, block a spell. They've already played 3 spells, so I guess the... I don't know why you would take a Paladin Secret. Okay. Let's see. No good way to spend mana. I guess it's just Astalor, and then buff this guy. And I think we just go ahead and take a trade here, to be honest.
Not impressed.
This protects our board. If we draw the weapon, we'll be able to have 2 damage minions. Oh, man. Our opponent's countering everything we're trying to do this game. This is why I don't like decks like this. It's like, you either have stuff and win, or you don't have stuff and lose. And look at the top deck we get too. If our opponent wasn't able to clear this board, it's really strong. But these are the type of games that are just really frustrating. They make me want to concede. I'm pretty sure the game was over, but that is an early concede. But you either draw the stuff and have it, or don't. Your opponent has an answer, or they don't have an answer. There's no outplay potential with this kind of deck. And the same is true with this Evolve Shaman. There's no outplay potential, it's just whether or not you evolve into a good card. That's why I was saying earlier, Hearthstone just kind of makes me sad right now. We were in a meta with massive outplay potential. At least some portion of the community didn't like it and was very vocal about it. They got it changed. And now we're left with Hearthstone DK.
Only death is colder than the dead.
And then things like Evolve Shaman, Jackpot Rogue. Hopefully the mini set shakes things up, but I'm not sure. I'm going to go ahead and schooling here. I like having these in hand. Helps us respond to what our opponent might be trying to do. We play 2 Piranha, we can remove this. Do they have a buff in hand? I'm going to make the turn like this. I mean, if they do buff it, it goes to, I think, 5 health, and we can still clear with the Piranha. I'm sorry, 6 health, but we still clear with the Piranha. And our opponent is -1 buff. But unfortunately here, our hand is shaped up in a way that we don't have anything to do on turn 4, so hoping for like a Prescience or a Wild Paw Cavern draw. Turn 5 is going to be pretty good though, with the command of Neptulon. If we just have to totem, it's really sad because we don't even want to evolve it because we're likely going to evolve next turn. And this is another situation where if our opponent hits like Hydralodon, it's just really tough. There's something to do. But still an unfortunate outcome. So depending on what our opponent does,
Need our care. Now more than ever.
we could actually just go Null and Evolve, and then Command next turn. Command lets us remove both of these, but the 6-drop is significantly weaker than the Evolve that would come off of the Null. And I can go ahead and equip this, probably swing face, and then I'll have it to remove the 1/1 off of that. I think I like the high roll potential of the Null into this to clear next turn. Our opponent does get to draw a card here, which isn't great, but I think it was better to remove the Hawkstrider Rancher. And our opponent does hit the Hydralodon, which basically just wins them the game. I don't know, maybe that's an exaggeration. But it's a really strong play. We were way ahead if they didn't hit it, I guess, is probably the way I should be looking at it. This also overloads us for next turn, but it does allow us to answer some of the things that are going on with this board. So at least this doesn't die to the 1/1. But again, we're kind of in a tough spot here. The fact that they were able to play Hydralodon on 5 mana
Now more
is really bad, and then they had second Hawkstrider Rancher. Just kind of has us in bad shape here. And with no good options of things to do. It's actually a really good evolve for us. So whatever of this survives is going to get Primordial Wave next turn. Maybe we found a way to get back in the game, but we're taking so much damage. If they just shove face and hero power, that's 9 damage.
You are so cute. Yes, you are.
And unfortunately, they can remove the minions that we were really wanting to evolve here. Plus just the fact that this is going to be sticking around on the board is really bad for us. So we need to look at... Oof, man, we got to look at trading and clearing the board. Random mechs that cost 3 or less. So again, just really bad and awkward. I mean, we have to take a trade, and then we're going to be evolving bad stuff, hoping to survive. It's just not going to work. The null's not good enough, so we go null, trade into this, and this guy. I think we have to. We're going to have to take the chance of being able to Tiny Toys and Primordial Wave next turn. I think we're going to have to try to go for it here. In this way. Guess we remove this guy. And then we do this. That's actually pretty crazy. Talk about lucky. That's really lucky for us to hit these. So next turn we've got Tiny Toys, Primordial Wave, and maybe we hit something that can help us get there. We do have a Bloodlust in hand, so essentially our opponent can't do anything. So, I mean, they take Explosive Trap and Ice Trap. And we have absolutely nothing that we can do. Plus they roll Huffer. They don't roll Huffer, but that's almost as good as Huffer. Glug doesn't do anything. I mean, it has to be... I don't think there's any way it's ever a freezing trap. It has to be explosive and... explosive and ice trap. So then the play is just Glug here. Proc this and Glug. You were threatening lethal with Bloodlust, so if he didn't have lethal, he couldn't afford to shove face. Yeah. Here you on the Hearthstone meta, top end is Miracle Rogue and Mindlock, 2 decks I don't like playing against. Yeah. There's just not... I don't know. There's really nothing interesting to me right now. There's nothing I enjoy playing against. There's nothing I enjoy playing. I can't say I don't totally enjoy it. This is just not my favorite meta. I mean, I still have fun while I'm playing Hearthstone. But, yeah, best case scenario here is... Oof. Kinda needed the top deck. Okay, so I can play this and proc the Ice Trap, and then I've still got this, and maybe some magic happens. So we make this trade. And now we're going face. The other thing is, if it's motion denied, I just die. Okay, but it is Ice Trap. Wow, and we actually hit a Moarg Forge Fiend. We've been selected. And we evolved the 3/2. So now maybe we just kill our opponent with Bloodlust next turn? Reminds me of that scene in Toy Story with all the little green aliens and the claw. We've been chosen. Hearthstone has chosen us to win a game. We win by default. That's my favorite kind of win. So what could they do? I mean, well, it's obviously not Wing Commander Ickman. Bloodlust, I mean, we win through this with the Bloodlust, right? Or how does that... I might have to actually do some math, I think. Because they're able to remove stuff. Maybe we don't just win.
Our gift of fire empowers us.
But I mean, we've got the Elec mount, so we can wind chill the 8/8. Oof. And I don't like that this costs health. This card is actually going to be bad for me. So, what about Neptulon? We get this guy off the board. They're still going to be left with a 2/2 stealth, but I think the play is actually Neptulon here. Other play would just be to get the Elec mount down so we don't die, but trade here. Neptulon removes this and this. Take a trade there. This goes face, and that sets up lethal for next turn. Wing Commander Ickman. We would not be dead to King Crush unless it was discounted.
Your cell awaits.
So maybe we're okay here. That is going to wake back up, though. Guess I'll just go ahead and freeze like this. If they hit Huffer and trade, they can still wake up the Rat King. So, I mean, they can do this, which makes Neptulon deal a lot less damage. But still, with the Bloodlust in hand, maybe we still get there. Maybe, maybe. So this all looks like bad news. All of our minions are dying here. Yeah, the Rat King comes back. So once again, we're on the ropes. I didn't realize they were playing Imported Tarantula. And still no lethal. No more tiny toys. I mean, really, there's nothing even good still in our deck. Other than Brucon. Yeah, no Brucon either. So, man, just when you think we're about to get there. Weird game, strange brand of attrition. Yeah, this is awful. This is not peak Hearthstone. And these are the kind of games, I feel like these are the games people say they want. The board matters, you're trading for minions, but this
The Dark Lady
is actually kind of miserable.
This unspeakable act.
Neither one of us can win the game. Each turn we're going back and forth. I mean, it just feels like the game is, what, 5 or 10 turns too long? I mean, we have this. These are infused, and they don't do anything. I mean, even if we draw Prescience, it does nothing. We can't draw Brucon. Brucon is in the bottom 10. So I think we're actually just dead now. We're going to once again put our faith in the Evolves. Oof. It's not much of an improvement, is it? Alright, so we've got 2 Evolves. I'm just going face. It's time to get this over with. Nothing there. Oh, wow. What is this? Honorable kill, gain Wind Fury? So again here, it looks like we might be able to win. We have lethal if Alexstrasza survives. They're going to have to punch through this, which is going to heal us again. We have a Bloodlust in case some of the smaller stuff survives. 1 minion dies, so they go boom. This comes back. I'm back. Had to check out the NBA trade deadline. Cax, anything good? Any exciting trades? Oof, man.
The Dark Lady did not commit this unspeakable act.
I think we might still win here. Did you consider trading the 2/2 for the 6/2 Rat King? Later became the Gnome Muncher. At the time, it would have prevented him from punching through your Elec Mount. I'm going to be honest with you, Ryan. This particular game, I'm like mentally done with it. So I did not think my turn through. And so you could be right. There could have been a much better play. But I mean, look at this. It's just absolutely miserable. And I still can't hit Brucon. The funny thing is, if they ignore my 1/1, I'm sure they're probably thinking about Brucon as well, but if I can hit Brucon, if they don't remove this... Oh, I just died. Hupper for the win. Unfortunate, but it's actually kind of been the kind of week that I'm having. It's not been going well. Evolved Shaman let me down today, too. Let me change the stats on the deck tracker to show current season. That's just today. And you can see on the season, 37 and 20, 65%. So even after a bad day today, Evolved Shaman, up to this point, has been performing well for me. So probably the best deadline yet. That's awesome, man. I'm going to have to check that out myself. Man, lots of good stuff today. We got the official announcement for the mini set. Looking forward to that. And then NBA trade deadline stuff, if you're interested in that. That should be fun to check out as well. That's actually going to do it for me, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you hanging out. I appreciate you interacting in the chat. That always makes this significantly more fun. Hope you've been enjoying the content. I'm going to keep making stuff as I find the time to be able to do it. Kevin Durant to the Suns, Kyrie Irving to the Mavs. I feel like I already knew Kyrie Irving was going to the Mavs, but KD to the Suns, I hadn't heard that yet. Been climbing well with Boon Priest. Nice, nice. But yep, I'm wrapping it up, guys. Thank you so much. I know there were a couple of donations today. Absolutely appreciate that. Never needed, but certainly appreciated at some point. Maybe I'll be able to upgrade my my streaming setup. If you guys could see where I am and what I'm doing, like the setup that I have to be able to stream, man, you would absolutely be laughing. I'll take a picture of it at some point and probably throw it out on Twitter. But yeah, it's kind of hilarious, especially when I've got my green screen up with the camera turned on. It's funny. So, but thank you again so much for watching. Thank you for being here. I look forward to hopefully being able to see you at a later date. Thanks again. I'm Uncorrupt. Good luck out on the ladder.